Ladies and gentlemen, can we take our seats to start the Congress? I want to welcome you all. Thank you very much for attending. We'll ask Phineas a bit later just to do the official welcoming. But I want to first start with Dominee Trevor Links. He's a URC pastor and chaplain in the SANDF, and we're looking forward to your message. Thank you very much, Dominee.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Môre. Dumelang. The initial invitation pointed out that I had 20 minutes, but on the program you will see it's been cut to 15 minutes. And it reminded of my own doctrine, that a good sermon should be like a decent woman's dress. Long enough to cover the topic, but short enough to remain interesting. Thank you for the opportunity and for this sublime opportunity and honor to do the opening of your very important Congress. May my devotion and presence adorn your Congress this morning. I acknowledge all expressions of faith, and by saying that, let's observe a brief moment of silence. Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for this morning. Thank you for waking us up to a new day. We ask that you will bless this Congress. Each and every member, we thank you that you brought them safe here. Now, as we want to listen to your word, it's our prayer that you will speak unto our hearts, but also confirm our convictions. As we pray this in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. We take our scripture reading this morning from the Gospel according to John, and I will read John chapter 4, commence reading from verse 5 up to 11. So we came to a town in Samaria called Sychar, near the plot of ground Jacob had given to his son Joseph. Jacob's well was there, and Jesus, tired as he was from the journey, sat down by the well. It was about noon. When a Samaritan woman came to draw water, Jesus said to her, "Will you give me a drink?" His disciples had gone into the town to buy food. The Samaritan woman said to him, "You are a Jew and I am a Samaritan woman. How can you ask me for a drink?" For Jews do not associate with Samaritans. Jesus answered her, "If you knew the gift of God and who it is that asks for a drink, you would have asked him, and he would have given you living water." "Sir," the woman said, "you have nothing to draw with, and the well is deep. Where can you get this living water?" Now, for the purpose of what I regard as a very important Congress, as alluded in the beginning, I decided to ponder on this narrative of the woman at the well, reflecting on the work, your own experiences, the expectations, the threats, and the challenges that are put to Agri Sa. John chapter 4, the narrative we just read, depicts to me some similarities for our consideration, but also for your deliberations lying ahead. the woman in John 4 came to fetch a pail of water, most probably for her daily chores around her house. But the time zone is also being revealed to us by John as a critical key for consideration. She came at noon. Noon is the period when the temperature of the sun starts to rise and reaches its highest by approximately 3 p.m. But between this time, this woman came to fetch water from a deep well. Now, customary, it was an unusual time to fetch water. All locals draw their water in the morning when the well is at its highest capacity, to the fullest for everyone to get water. But at noon, the level of the water in the well is usually on its lowest. But because this woman was rejected by the locals of Samaria, she had to draw water at noon to avoid unnecessary contact with those who rejected her. Now, the interesting twist in this story, exactly at noon, while the water level was on its lowest, Jesus requested water from this Samaritan woman. Will you give me a drink? Now, I usually avoid this scripture for my troops because they always think the bar will open now. But at an unusual time of the day, Jesus requests a drink from this woman from this deep well. Not necessarily unusual for Jesus, because the well was there for people even if they just have thirst. But for someone to have to do daily chores, noon is not a time to fetch water from such a deep well. But still, Jesus asked water and she refused. She knew she had little to draw herself, and the water level was critical. Upon that, culturally, she may not be seen with Jesus. Yet, Jesus requests water because in Jesus' mind, you are a local. As local as Agri Sa in South Africa. I'm of the opinion that this Congress is also convened in an unusual setting and time in South Africa. As we speak, I'm part of a symposium of the Chaplain General of the SANDF, where we deal with the topic hope in times of hopelessness. And it alludes to your own topic for this 2 days. We have reached a period which I would like to call the post-pandemic awakening. It is an unusual time at all spheres of society. And the Congress, if we are honest with ourselves, meet in the late afternoon of the South Africa under our own scorching sun. We try to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. We are pressed by rising fuel prices. We experience irregular weather patterns due to climate change. We survive on limited energy and power supply. I wonder when I'll be cut off. We feel the Russian-Ukraine war daily. But amidst these things, South Africa expects agriculture to prosper, to blossom, to flourish. Moreover, to deliver. Food security and equal opportunities for our people are influenced by looting, crime, and corruption. It became noon for our farmers to produce as our own locals make it difficult for them to do their calling. Yet, the story in John chapter 4 ended in a very positive note. Although the locals of the Samaritan rejected this woman, their very own, she was the one who saved them at the end of the day. If we would read further this narrative, we would know that this woman received Jesus as her Messiah, and she left her own pail of water which she came to fetch. She left it there at the well, and she ran to the town and to tell those who rejected her, listen, come and see, I think I found the Messiah. She left her own bucket of water to call those who rejected her to a bigger well for everyone. I found more water than we can get from the well of Jacob. Those who were privileged to use the well in the early morning went back with her in the late afternoon and met Jesus, and the whole of Samaria was saved. Agri Sa, there are many less important entities, and you may quote me, in South Africa who received the early morning treatment and attention by our own government. Yet, still, Jesus knocked on the door, sit at the well of people like Agri Sa, knowing that the water levels are at a critical stage, yet he asks from you, give me a drink. Because you don't only draw water for yourself, but for a whole nation, even abroad. My prayer and plea to you, continue with your work amidst the hour. Continue to deliver even if it's at noon, just like the woman at the well. That means you can grow local. Amen. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend. Thanks for the appropriate way that you address this Congress as well. I think we share your sentiments, but also we have the hope and the conviction that what we do, we will make a difference. All of us here are servants and servants of the Lord our God as well. So thanks very much, Reverend. While we wait, the Mzansi Youth Choir is going to join us now. We are all proudly South African. We are born and bred here, and we're all glad to live in South Africa and want to make a difference here. So let's all stand and sing the national anthem together with them. Thank you very much. I would like to call on Alwyn Scholes just to constitute Congress for us, and then after that, Christo with a few announcements. Thanks, Alwyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Môre almal. It's my privilege and duty as Secretary for Agri SA to be able to declare that we are properly constituted with 50+1. If I look at the room, it's evident that we are. So we thank you all for being here. We have to normally indicate at the beginning and opening of Congress the replacements and delegates that have been done. The auditors and myself, because there were quite a few late submissions until yesterday, are still in the process of just verifying that. So what we will do is, before we commence with the voting, we will display the list of replaced nominees, delegates on the screen before we commence with voting. And then just one other thing, because of this morning's crush there down at the registration table, we would also just like to again verify that the correct voting apparatus has reached the correct voting delegate. So during tea time, if you don't mind, we will have a session there by Lumi, just to go through all the devices and the delegates again, just to verify that if the right device has been handed to the right person. Net vinnig weer te herhaal, dis my voorreg om te sê ons is almal hier, ons is teenwoordig en behoorlik gekonstitueer. Ek sal die lys van vervangende nominasies afgevaardigdes sal ons op die skerm vertoon voor ons oorgaan na stem, want ons is net besig om dit, of ek is net besig om dit saam met die ouditeure te verifieer, en dan wil ons net asseblief ook net weer die elektroniese apparaatjies wat uitgedeel is, net bevestig dat dit by die regte mense uitgekom. Dit sal ons gou tussen oor die teebreek doen, miskien 'n klein bietjie daarna, maar ons sal dit oor die teebreek probeer hanteer. Baie dankie.
You're going to keep on walking some miles.
If Christo's finished, there's a Corteva video, then after that I think you should...
Goeiemôre, dames en here. Good morning, everyone. Somebody asked me this morning why do you look so pink. Dit het niks te doen met die bloubalspan nie. Dis my vrou wat my aangetrek het, nee. So as jy 'n probleem het met my pink, sorteer dit met my vrou uit. En julle wil nie met haar enige iets te doen hê nie. Goed. Okay, so let me start. Also from a management side, I really would like to welcome you all. Dit is vir ons 'n ongelooflike voorreg om julle almal hier vandag teenwoordig te hê. There's just a few order rules that I need to announce. This is a smoke-free venue, so please no smoking in here. You'll all see our exits. There's 2 on the sides and there's 4 at the back. If there's any emergency exit, please use those doors. Then Mr. Nel Kutsia, is Nel present here? Kobus? Nel Kutsia, is he here? Where is Nel? If Nel can just come to the front. Nel is our H&S officer, health and safety officer. So if there's a problem, please liaise with him. Then our chairperson, Mr. Jaco Minnar, will also guide us through all the proceedings today. People that are not representatives, you are also welcome to give inputs, but also that is with the permission of the chairperson. Then it's very important to note, if there's any question from the floor, no long speeches, make it short a question as possible. And obviously, we seek constructive outcomes. We have a whole range of speakers here today, and really, if we leave here, as Dominee Links has said, we want to leave with hearts filled with joy and hope, because our industry is an industry of hope. No farmer puts his or her seed in the ground and wait for it in despair. You wait for it to grow so that you can feed the nation. Dan, dames en heren, this is also very important. If you've got a presentation, may I ask that the gentleman there at the back who is responsible for assisting us in that regard, you can just come to the front and come and collect any outstanding presentations from our speakers, or they can bring it to you right there at the back. Very important, media. We've got a media office right outside in the foyer, so media will gather there, and they will also use that facility to engage with all of the various speakers and even with some of you as the audience. Dames en here, ons het ook 'n vertaaldiens. In other words, the translation service. Can I get an indication where are the equipment? Can I just get an indication? Okay, so we've got, can you come to the front, sir? Is there anyone that need a gehoorstuk, nee? A headset, ja. A hearing aid. Ja, dat het nie lank gevat voor hulle uit die blokke uitkom nie, né? Okay, so come, there's people, just put up your hands so that we can give you a headset. Ja, uit Engels na Afrikaans toe en selfs uit Engels na Engels toe, né? Okay. Then, verversings, né? Wat is die Engelse woord vir verversings? Refreshments. Ek moet julle toets, net kyk of julle wakker is. So we will serve our refreshments there in the foyer. Then also our bathroom facilities is also just outside. Please use that. There is a swimming pool also on the other side, but that's not for bathroom purposes. Then we will serve a very light lunch. That will be at the Tatsu buffet. That will be on the ground floor. So everyone is welcome to join us for our afternoon, not afternoon nap, afternoon snack, because we're going to have a big feast this evening. Then I need to inform you, and this is a bit heavy, that the President has phoned me this morning, his Chief of Staff, that unfortunately, due to circumstances, he will not be joining us. But we will have the Minister of Agriculture who will join us, so please bear with us. That, yeah, this is a bit of a setback, but we will manage it as we go forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm done with my part. We are going to ask our Corteva video to be shown to our audience. Corteva video.
Corteva Agri-Science welcomes you to the 2022 Agri Sa Congress. Because here on South African soil, we invest with trust. We collaborate for food security, create technology for growth. Corteva Agri-Science welcomes you to the 2022 Agri Sa Congress. Because here on South African soil, we invest with trust. We collaborate for food security, create technology for growth.
iCorteva ikhonela abalimi manje na nini.
Corteva verwelkom jou by die 2022 Agri Sa Congres.
Good morning,
Want hier
everybody. Right. Greetings to Congress once again, and I want to welcome you at this Agri-SS Annual Congress. I'm very excited. What privilege to rub shoulders with you in person once again after an absence of 2 years. So that is why I'm very excited today to see Agri-SA families, partners, sponsors, other organizations, government sitting together under this roof today. It's very fantastic. It It is an honor to welcome all of you, our farmer members, leaders of our representative organizations, corporate members, board members, speakers that are going to be speaking today, panelists, and the guests, as well as our valued sponsors of this event. This evening, we will honor persons who served these organizations and sector with distinction, and a warm word of welcome to them. Let me extend a word of welcome to an apology from our President, Cyril Ramaphosa, who's gonna be not able to attend today. And also welcome to Minister Togo Titiza and Director General Mukeza Ramasodi, Ms. Renelle Stender, CEO of Westcrow, Portia Devi, Mr. Unati Mtlanyana, MD of McCain Foods, Ms. Bridget Beckman, Vice President of PepsiCo, Mr. Jan Opelholzer, COO at ESCOM, and Dr. Imtiaz Suleiman of Gift of the Givers, and other experts. We look forward to your contribution to the theme Growing Local. Thank you, everybody that is joining us virtual today. I'd like, of course, to welcome our former presidents. I think I must distinguish here which presidents I'm talking about, Agri SA presidents, because otherwise I can be in trouble. The first one I want to welcome is Yanni Hrobler. You are welcome, Yapi, I can see you there. Johannes Muller, my good friend. Pierre Ferkel, welcome Pierre. Dan Creek tendered his apology for not being able to attend. A special word of welcome to all our newly joined corporate members at their first Agri Sa Congress today. Without naming specific representatives, I would like to welcome representatives of political parties and members of portfolio committees, representatives of the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, representatives of other government departments and statutory bodies, other agricultural unions, representatives from embassies, organized business, international companies, as well as our business partners, representatives of organized agricultural unions. I have seen AgBiz, AFASA with us here, NAFU, Tau SA, sponsors, as well as other guests. I also want to welcome my regional organization of SADC, SACAU, who is also represented here. Maybe, Chairperson, the quick intro, SACAU, for the benefit of those who didn't understand what SACAU is. SACAU is the Southern African Confederation of Agricultural Union, which serves 12 countries at the SADC region with 18 farmers, national farmers organizations. So welcome, Ismail. Everybody attending Congress via live stream, especially the Namibian Agricultural Union, they are also welcomed. Welcome to members of the media. I'd like to thank you in advance for your report on the important issues that will be highlighted and be discussed today. Hopefully everything will be captured accordingly. No additions and stuff like that. Observing protocol, please feel welcome. We appreciate your presence at this Congress. Thank you to our sponsors for making this Congress possible. Without you, we could not able to have this fantastic Congress today. We really appreciate your continued support for Agri SA, the farmers and value chain industries. You can see some of their exhibitions here in the hall. Please do visit them and inquire about their services. We will feature some of their videos and logos today. Please pay attention to their messages in this Congress program. Though the logos of our sponsors will be shown on the screen, but I will quickly mention them because they are different type of them. Let me start with diamond sponsors. It's Corteva and Agri Sa. Evening function sponsor, Anthem. Gold sponsor, John Deere, ABSA, AFBOB, and CASE. Silver sponsors, FNB, WK, Nedbank, Oparo, Standard Bank, Frumor Feeds, and Toyota Material Handling. Bronze sponsor, AfriFed, Bayer, Hostessa Development Fund, NWK, OVK, PANA, PepsiCo, Pioneer, Sanlam, and Senvest. Nickel sponsor, Agri, McRobert, Nissan, Naturfosca, VKB, Flay Central, Yara Africa Fertilizer. Water sponsor, Oparo. Oparo, just water. I Nick, just water, daughter. Agri SA does have several partners with whom there is a specific agreement. Let me quickly name them. Toyota SA, Fidelity, ADT, Total Agri, Vodacom, Engine, TNE, Finops. Agri Security partners, Sanlam, Nissan, SA, Vodacom, Sunfin, and Crashes and Coal. Then sponsors under this category, Senvest, NWK, CASE IH, Total Energies, True North Group, and OFM. Agri SA Disaster Relief Foundation partners, Food Forward SA, Hello Choice, and One Farm Share. Donors, Transnet, Cap Agri, Santam, Sanlam, Standard Bank, Agro Tractors, Free State Agriculture, FNB, Pearl Rotary, Mpumalanga Agriculture, Agri Western Cape, St. John's, Agri Northern Cape, Agri Mpompo, Yara, Novel. This year's theme is growing local. The aim of the Congress is to highlight the importance of local food production for the food security of South Africa. To this end, we want to address the challenges and opportunities in local food production. South Africa's capacity to grow local should never be taken for granted. It is a fragile ability, and every policy and every action should be taken to that we can continue to food so that we can feed our nation, creating jobs and help growing South Africa's economy. This is the key message of the Congress. For South Africa to prosper, we need sustainable and profitable agriculture at the current trajectory. This may not be possible, and we need to work together as Agri SA members, government, other private sectors actors to help improve the sector. Local food production is about more than food security. It is also about food certainty. Food certainty looks at the availability and affordability of food, as well as the ability of consumers to earn a living for business, to create employment for the state to earn revenue, and the ability of the state to put this revenue to work, enable more entrepreneurship. Employment opportunities and the means to access food. Observing protocol, welcome to Agri Sa Congress. We look forward to discussion that will be taking place today. Hashtag growing local. Viva growing local, viva. Yeah. Viva growing local, viva. Thank you. I was just checking if we are still all here. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Corteva AgriScience welcomes you to the 2022 Agri SA Congress. Because here on South African soil, we invest with trust. We collaborate for food security, create technology for growth.
iCorteva ikhonela abalimi manje na nini.
Corteva verwelkom jou by die 2022 Agri SA Congres. Want hier op Suid-Afrikaanse bodem belê ons met vertroue vir volhoubaarheid.
Corteva e ikemiseditse go tshegetsa balemi go ba direla molemo ka metlha.
Plaaslik groei is waarlik groei. Corteva, hier vir landbou, vir jou.
Baie dankie, ek hoop julle almal voel welkom. Net om seker te maak, Phineas het nie dalk een van julle uitgelos nie. Kom ons gee net ons buurman net 'n high five, net om seker te maak, hy voel ook welkom. So kom ons doen dit net almal langs julle. Asai, dankie. Nou is ek seker julle voel almal welkom. Niemand is uitgelaat nie. Ons het 'n groete boodskap ontvang van Namibië Landbou, so ek wil net graag vir Nicole geleentheid gee om dit net vir ons voor te lees. Dankie Nicole.
Also goeiemôre Kongres, good morning Congress. Ons het 'n skriftelike groete boodskap ontvang van die Namibiese Landbou-Unie met die president Piet Gous en ek hou dit graag aan u voor. Ons in Namibië ervaar tans 'n geseënde landboujaar met rekord mielie en goeie veidingstoestande, politieke stabiliteit en gesonde markontwikkeling. Ons is intens dankbaar vir hierdie positiewe situasie na die strawwe droogte van 7 jaar en opvolgende traumatiese 2 COVID-jare. Nicole Jansen het verlede week ons Namibiese Landbou-Unie Kongres in Windhoek bygewoon en ons het groot waardering daarvoor. Tydens Nicole se besoek het ons weer eens bewus geraak van die enorme uitdagings waarmee die boere in Suid-Afrika te doen staan. Die rimpel-effek van beurtkrag op landbou, asook die omvangryke misdaad politieke onrus is aan ons meegedeel en bekendgestel en ons harte gaan uit na die boer en sy gesin wat onder uiters moeilike omstandighede voedsel produseer en die ekonomie stimuleer. Ons het op Kongres onderneem om die landbougemeenskap van Suid-Afrika op te dra aan ons Hemelse Vader. 'n Boer is 'n boer en bly 'n boer in murg en been en sy stoffasie se gelyke is moeilik te vind. Daarom glo ons dat die Suid-Afrikaanse boere deur saam te staan die uitdagings sal oorbrug en glo en vertrou ons dat die draaipunt bereik is en dat goeie jare voorlê. Ons wens julle sukses toe met hierdie kongres. Mag julle wysheid, insig en leiding ontvang om korrekte besluite te neem en mag die Suid-Afrikaanse boer en Agri Suid-Afrika die erkenning ontvang wat hom toekom. Seënbede, groete, Piet Gous, Namibiese Landbou-Unie.
Baie dankie Nicole. Ons het so ook baie boodskappe van sterkte en boodskappe van goeie kongres gehad van verskeie organisasies en van verskeie mense. Ons gaan dit nie noem nie, maar ons is met dank in erkenning aan julle ook hier vandag. Kan ons die Santam video inspeel?
Farming plays a vital role in the economy and sustainability of our country. From herding and harvesting, it has grown and evolved into an innovative, fast-paced industry. Today's farmers are skilled business people who use the Internet of Things to run these commercial enterprises and share their products with the world. Because farmers do so much more than farm, they need more than just insurance. As the leading agricultural insurer in South Africa, Santam has the specialist solutions, in-depth expertise and infrastructure to meet each farmer's unique needs and manage their risk on and off the farm, while keeping their business running the good and proper way. Choose the insurer who understands the future of farming. Speak to your intermediary or visit santam.co.za.
Minister Deere, welcome. We're very glad that you could attend our Congress, and we're looking forward to your address a bit later. Thanks very much. I'm going to ask Nicole to take the chairman's seat for me to address Congress. Thanks, Nicole.
Thank you, Chair. It's an honor to have the chairmanship, to give you the opportunity for your presidential address, and we're looking forward to it. Thank you, Jaco.
Thanks, Nicole. Ja, dit is 'n interessante tyd waarin ons is, veral met vandag se kongres hier en die gebeure langsaan. Ek het 'n goeie vriend van my, ek sal nie sy naam doen nie, maar ons deel dieselfde ma, wat vir my gesê het dat ons beter hierdie kongres vandag interessant hou, want dis ander interessante goed wat ook plaasvind. So kom ons hoop ons kan julle gedagtes hier hou. En julle nie laat afdwaal nie. Honorable Mr. Deere, Mr. Chairman, Phineas, Nicole, Christo, all representatives of provincial commodities and other agricultural organizations, agricultural businesses, delegates and farmers. The agricultural sector has been a major contributor to the economy over the past 3 years, despite the difficulties that our country has faced, and it remains central to our people's well-being and to provide sustenance. We are therefore encouraged by the attendance here today of the President in recognition of the importance of the sector. We was encouraged, I think I should rather say, but we believe that he has a very good reason for not attending today. We looked forward to that. But we are also pleased to welcome Minister Deere here, together with other officials. The Department of Agriculture is a critical stakeholder in the sector, and our constructive working relationship built over many years is essential to the sector's success. I want to thank everybody joining us today to address the state of primary agriculture in the country, the challenges we face, and the possibility for building a better future for all who call themselves South Africans. Die afgelope jaar was 'n onstuimige tyd vir landbou. Opeenvolgend van gebeure het gesamentlik aansienlike ontwrigting veroorsaak. Ons het die impak van COVID op die logistieke ketting en die voorsieningsketting gesien en ons het dit daagliks ervaar. Ons het ook die toename in voedselpryse gesien as gevolg van die Oekraïne-oorlog. Agteruitgang in belangrike openbare infrastruktuur soos paaie, die spoor, die vrag, elektrisiteitsonderbrekings en meer onlangs die inflasiestygings wat uitgeloop het op rentekoersstygings die wêreld oor. Ons het politieke onsekerhede en ekonomiese wisselvalligheid in Suid-Afrika ervaar, maar dieselfde het ook internasionaal gebeur. Ten spyte van hierdie uitdagings het landbou steeds 'n goeie produksiejaar beleef. Beide akkerbou en vee het winsgewend gebly en graan, vleis en wolpryse steeds relatief hoog. Tuinbou, wat hoofsaaklik uitvoer georiënteerd is, het veral baie probleme met logistiek ervaar. Die staking tans in die hawe help ons nie hiermee nie. En hierdie en ander faktore het verseker dat 'n verswakking in winsgewendheid in hierdie bedrywe waarskynlik tot gevolg sal wees. We have seen primary production increase from 224 billion in 2014-2015 to 346 billion in 2020-21, which is about 9% increase per annum over this period. We've seen the same and more growth throughout the pandemic, contributing significantly to the stabilization of the country's economy and shielding it from the worst consequences of the sharp decline in GDP in other sectors. With a third La Nina year in a row predicted and local international product prices still quite high, we expect another good production year. However, a very sharp increase in input cost, challenges in export logistics and markets, foot and mouth disease and various other factors could dampen this expectation. But the shocks of the recent past have prompted introspection globally and encouraged countries to rethink local production and supply chains. This is also the case in South Africa, where, for example, a big portion of our wheat imports came from Russia and Ukraine in the past. There is now a renewed drive to grow, produce, and manufacture locally and become more independent from imports. If we succeed, we will reap the rewards of sustainable, job-creating sector that uplifts rural communities. This is why our theme for this year's Congress is growing local. We can do more to ensure both food security and certainty in South Africa. Exports are very important in the growing local debate. Exports enable the country to produce more than needed so that we have enough to supply locally during periods of lesser production due to factors like drought. Surpluses to export also help in keeping the prices of produce to remain at below export parity, which in turn makes food more affordable to the local consumer. Maize, for example, is currently below export parity. In fact, South African maize is of the cheapest in the world. This is a direct impact on the price of our staple in South Africa, maize meal, linked to a proper free market price discovering mechanism and the South African farmer being able to remain competitive internationally. It will ensure that the South African consumer will have food certainty. Exports, together with excellent local production, are the main reasons why South Africans was able to curb the food price inflation compared to the rest of the world. According to the World Bank in March 2022, our year-on-year food price inflation was about 6.7%. Compare that to India, 7.6%, Brazil, 11.6%, 8.8% in the USA, 9.6% in Europe. So we're the lowest of just about all these countries. This was a relief to the consumer who were already under financial strain. Hoewel ons trots is op landbou se prestasies vir jaar, kan ons beter vaar. Dit is grootlik die motivering agter die landbou en landbouverwerkingsmeesterplan wat minister Deere vroeër vanjaar onderteken het. Hierdie plan is uniek in die feit dat dit 'n privaat sektor inisiatief is wat in 2018 deur Dr. Johan van Zyl begin is. Dit is in samewerking met die hele landbouwaardeketting saamgestel. Dit het 'n inklusiewe ekonomiese groei as grondslag. En as ons uitvoering kan gee aan die sleutelpilare, kan ons die prestasie van die afgelope tyd nie net ewenaar nie, maar oorskry en nuwe hoogtes bereik. Maar die pad vorentoe is nie maklik nie en groot uitdagings lê voor. Dit word weerspieël in die Agri besigheidsindeks wat toon dat die vertroue in die sektor die tweede kwartaal van 2022 met 7 punte gedaal het tot op 53 punte. Alhoewel daar rede vir optimisme is, moet ons die omvang en die uitdagings voor ons verstaan. Miskien is die grootste bedreiging vir die sektor die voortdurende stygings in insetkoste. Suid-Afrika se verbruikersinflasiekoers het in Julie 'n hoogtepunt van 13 jaar van 7.8% bereik, terwyl kerninflasie ook 4.6% staan. Wat Suid-Afrika se monetêre beleid betref, het dit daartoe gelei dat die Reservebank die rentekoerse sedert November 2021 met 275 basispunte verhoog het. Met landbouskuld wat in die omgewing van 200 miljard rand staan, beteken dit dat die boere of dat landbou ongeveer 5 miljard rand ekstra sal moet opdoek net om rente te kan diens. An equally crippling problem for the sector is the transport infrastructure. To be a global competitive exporting nation, we need to focus on our logistics. A survey done by Stats SA in 2021 revealed that only about 8% of agricultural products were transported by rail, even though it's much cheaper than road. The result is the excess hauler traffic on our roads with all the negative effects that causes. Research from the World Bank also shows that in 2020 it took about 92 hours on average to export products from South Africa, compared to about 12.5 hours in the rest of the world. And it cost about 8 times more to export from South Africa. Our harbors, with the same equipment as other countries, handle about 1/3 of the produce that other countries can handle. This is according to big shipping companies. Hence, the same World Bank report found that our harbors are some of the worst performing harbors in the evaluation of these harbors worldwide. Verslegtende landelike paaie is baie kommerwekkend en ons het gesien hoe boere en landboubesighede self intree en paaie herstel om te verseker dat goedere die beoogde markte kan bereik, selfs al neem hulle die verantwoordelikheid vir moontlike regstappe. Die gevolg hiervan is verreikend en dit het 'n baie groot negatiewe impak op ons landelike gebiede. Energy supply constraints are creating difficulties worldwide, but nowhere more so in South Africa. With more than 1,900 hours or 81 days of national load shedding in 2022, it's significantly more than the 1,100 hours in 2021 and the 844 hours in 2020. But the year is not over yet. Farmers, suppliers and off-takers are struggling to produce, to irrigate, to process and manufacture their products. In the long term, this will be detrimental not only to the farmers, but also to food production, food supply, food security, and to the broader economy. We welcome the plans of the presidency to get more energy generation capacity onto the grid, but we also plead with all role players to make this process as quick and smooth as possible. We need this desperately, and we need to address crime. Misdaad in Suid-Afrika is 'n groot probleem en het 'n verwoestende uitwerking op die ekonomie weens die vernietigende effek op ekonomiese waarde. Die groeiende werkloosheid het 'n groot uitwerking hierop, maar ons glo dat behoorlike, bekwame, inklusiewe polisieering, doeltreffende ondersoek en vervolgingsprosesse en behoorlike strawwe deur die regstelsel deel is van die oplossing om misdaad onder beheer te kry. Boere is deel van die groter Suid-Afrikaanse gemeenskap wat daagliks misdaad ervaar. Die landelike omgewing waar ons woon maak boerderygemeenskappe egter meer kwesbaar en ons moet dit erken en gesamentlik aanspreek. Dit is dus van kritieke belang dat dringende stappe gedoen word om die polisie wat landelike gebiede bedien in staat gestel word sodat hierdie gemeenskappe voldoende kan beskerm. Dit is ook van kardinale belang om die vertroue van die gemeenskappe waarin hulle werk weer te herwin. Die nasionale landelike veiligheidsstrategie, soos herbevestig tydens Junie verjaar se beraad in Parys, moet dringend in elke polisiestasie geïmplementeer word. Ons is van mening dat die strategie 'n gepaste voertuig is om die misdaadkwessies en boeregemeenskappe aan te spreek, te hanteer, mits dit behoorlik geïmplementeer en toegerus word. Ons boerderygemeenskappe moet krediet kry vir die inisiatiewe wat hulle self geneem het om hulle gemeenskappe te beskerm onder moeilike situasies. Politici en leiers moet ook aanspreeklik gehou word van die aanhitsende en verdelende uitsprake wat gemaak word, waar die wig gedryf word tussen gewone mense van hierdie land. But we also know that we can't bring down crime without addressing poverty and unemployment. To make an impact in this area, we need to address skills and training. Agri SA and its affiliates have done a lot to train and develop labor. However, too many South Africans still lack the necessary skills and productivity levels, which puts us on the back foot compared to the rest of the world. Global data shows that the employee cost in South Africa is affecting our competitiveness, especially in labor-intensive crops like citrus, bananas, fruits, and vegetables. This shouldn't be the case in a country with such an high unemployment rate. Increases in minimum wages have made a difference in the lives of the employed, but have not helped a lot for the unemployed. Poverty in this country will not be addressed through increases in wages for those employed, but rather employment of more people, increase of household income, and increase of efficiency. I want to stress this again. Poverty in this country will not be addressed through increases in wages for those employed, but more people needs to be employed. We need to increase household income for the whole household, and we need to increase efficiency. Perhaps the most contentious issue to arise in the recent weeks is the passing of the expropriation bill in the National Assembly. Legally secure and protected tradable property rights are the foundation of capital formation in South Africa, which creates an accessible economic opportunities for the holders. We experience this daily in agriculture, where new entrants struggle to make ends meet because they have almost no ability to raise capital to buy inputs needed to farm successfully. This is the main reason the sector struggled to transform and keep new entrants in business. We are concerned that the very vague definition of expropriation in the new proposed expropriation bill, as well as other poorly defined clauses, does not strengthen property rights and does not give certainty to the sector. Agri SA repeatedly made submissions to government in this regard, and it is extremely worrying that our comments and concerns and thousands of other written and oral submissions exposed the flaws in the bill, but were blatantly ignored in the final bill that seemingly is now being forced through Parliament. Even if we have confidence in the current administration that it will honor its commitment not only to use the current bill to undermine food security and stability in agriculture, the bill is simply too broad and too ambiguous for us to be able to accept. We recognize that in a functional society, the government's ability to expropriate land is a necessary competence. However, with all the recent dangerous populist statements and politicking about the change of the Constitution and uncertainty created by the expropriation bill in its current form, Agri SA urgently appeals to the President to refer the bill back to Parliament to address the concerns raised. We will take hands with all like-minded role players and organizations to defend the constitutionally enshrined and internationally acknowledged right of private property ownership in the interest of our sector and of our country as a whole. Die onsekerheid wat die afgelope 5 jaar geskep is deur die regering se hersiene standpunt om die vermoë om watergebruiksregte wetlik oor te dra, dien as nog 'n voorbeeld van die huidige administrasie se waarskynlike aanval op wettige eiendomsregte. Hierdie spesifieke kwessie het na raming miljoene rande in verspeelde ontwikkelingsgeleenthede in landbou gekos, terwyl dit dieselfde tyd uiters belangrike transformasie-inisiatiewe in hul spore gestuit het. Terwyl ons erken dat water aan alle mense in Suid-Afrika behoort, kan die manier waarop hierdie kosbare hulpbron gebruik word slegs in ooreenstemming met die wet en die nodige respek vir die reg om gevestigde eiendomsregte wettig uit te oefen gedoen word. Die onlangse ineenstorting van die Slukdam in Jagersfontein het weer die kollag geplaas op mynbou en verpligtinge van mynmaatskappye en die regering wat nie behoorlik uitgeoefen en afgedwing word nie, met verwoestende gevolge vir naburige gemeenskappe. Ons boere ervaar tans dieselfde met steenkool en sandmyne in Mpumalanga en Limpopo, waar baie min van die oorspronklik ooreengekome omgewingsimpaksbeperkings nagekom word, met verwoestende permanente impak op die omgewing. Ons wil voorkom dat dit ook gebeur in die baie brose Karoo en elders waar hydrobeking en skaliegasontwikkeling steeds oorweeg word. En daarom doen ons 'n beroep op die regering om gesamentlik sy posisie in hierdie verband te heroorweeg en eerder na geleenthede wat hernubare energie en groen waterstofontwikkelings bied aan te gryp. We need to protect our job-creating industries. Decisions like the relaxation of the anti-dumping tariffs on chicken meat may bring short-term relief to the consumer, but in the longer term, they cause significantly greater harm to the workers, the growth and development of the affected industries. This is not in the spirit of the recently signed master plan. We cannot undermine the plan we built together before it even got off the ground. These threats are real and weigh heavily on the sector, but if we are sufficiently resilient and steadfast in our commitment to address these challenges, we can emerge as a stronger, more inclusive and globally competitive sector. To strengthen our capacity to grow locally and compete globally, we need to lay the groundwork today. Agriculture is and remains a custodian and catalyst for economic growth and development in rural communities. We have to begin implementing the master plan with a concrete action plan, timeframes, and most important, in collaboration with the stakeholders in the sector. But we need to make sure it happens. We need to make sure it happens. There are still issues that needs to be sorted and refined, but we have a very good framework and strategy to work from. We need to expand our ability to produce surpluses so we can play a bigger role in the export market. Higher value export produce like fruits bring in foreign capital that can stimulate the local economy and create growth opportunities. For example, the agricultural trade surplus for 2021 was about 80.4 billion rand. Most of this revenue flows back into rural communities where it creates jobs and provides an economical influx. We can take a different approach to make the sector more inclusive. Through thoughtful beneficiary selection, meaningful support, and secure property rights, government can ensure that the 10 million hectares it acquired through the past 5 years through the PLUS program are put to work productively. We need to transfer the ownership of this property to the beneficiaries. We need to address our infrastructure challenges. As part of the consumer basket, transport cost equates about 16.4%, electricity cost about 13.3% respectively. Addressing the efficiencies of these two aspects can make a huge difference to the pockets of the consumers. My hoop is dat ons tydens hierdie kongres die belangrikste van hierdie kwessies kan bespreek en debatteer en uitvoerbare oplossings vorendag kan kom wat ons kan help om plaaslik beter te groei. Ek wil vir Christo en die Agri SA personeel bedank vir julle harde werk deur die jaar, Christo. Ons sien en waardeer julle hantering, julle toewyding, julle gretigheid om die saak van die produsent op verskeie platforms deur verskeie uitdagings te verteenwoordig. Aan elke raadslid van Agri SA, al die amptdraers, al die boereleiers en al die affiliasies en lede wil ek bedank vir julle loyaliteit, vir julle ondersteuning en vir julle bydraes tot Agri SA om alles moontlik te maak. Landbou kan net groei en floreer as ons 'n gemeenskaplike fokus het met 'n gemeenskaplike doel. Maak nie saak in watter organisasie of in watter maatskappy jy behoort nie. Ons moet 'n gemeenskaplike doel en 'n gemeenskaplike fokus hê. As boere ken ons almal ons afhanklikheid van die Hemelse Vader wat nog altyd vir ons voorsien het en ons het dit ook in Agri SA ervaar en ervaar daagliks sy seëninge en sy leiding. In conclusion, there are a lot of challenges that we face, a lot of issues with easier and some more difficult solutions. For years, we left it to government to act and apply the solutions, but not much happened. Many other countries face these same challenges over centuries, and it only changed when the ordinary people stood up and started taking control of their own destinies, and they actioned. Mahatma Gandhi said the following: when the people lead, the leaders will follow. Various different versions have seen the light, but I think Onkali Skuman's recent version is most relevant in these times. When the people lead, the government must follow. South Africa is now at the point that we as a people of a country need to stand up and start actioning. Ordinary citizens, in collaboration with the entire communities, need to make the difference. People like Imtiaz Suleiman of Gift of the Givers, communities like in Pongola and KwaZulu-Natal during the riots of 2021, churches and communities leaders in Kulini, and many farmers and agricultural leaders. some of them here today, many others as well. Ordinary people need to stand up. Ordinary people without capes and without titles. Growing local in our communities is essential. We have the opportunity in the next few years to make things happen, and we owe it to our children. Brand Pretorius, former CEO of Toyota South Africa, said the following: hope is a verb, hoop is a werkwoord. It's time to act. I thank you.
Everything in life starts small. It's a seed, a single step, or a fleeting thought that, when given time, can develop into a harvest, a sprint, or a legacy. At John Deere, we know what it takes to help you grow. We know what it takes to turn seeds into harvests. We know how to shift ground and move earth. We have bridged the gaps between yesterday and tomorrow with sustainable solutions, innovation, and pioneering technology. We know how to build a continent and a future. We have been doing it for years. And while we do what we do with consistency and integrity, the steps we take together is eventually what will make us leap into the future. We run so life can leap forward.
President Jaco Minnaar, you highlight the key issues needed to grow locally. You have vision, you gave direction, and I thank you for your leadership. You highlighted the relevance of the agricultural sector and the value of the agricultural sector within the South African economy. Taking into account the lot of topics you have to cover, I think you also find the balance in the length of the address. So thank you, President. I hereby give the chairmanship back to you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Nicole. We're going to move the agenda around a bit to accommodate the Minister, so I want to ask Christo just to introduce the Minister, and then we will listen to her address. She will also allude to it, but it's actually a presidential address that she's going to bring to us, so it's a message direct from the President. Thanks, Minister.
Minister Didiza, welcome. And thank you very much for you being present here today. I think our farmers, they really looking up to you, and they really want you to engage with them this morning on behalf of the President. And also from Agri SA side, thank you for the constructive relationship that we have with you. I think throughout the course of this year, we could write a letter to you and ask for your intervention. I think the latest one was on the banana industry, where you helped us to solve some of the problems. There will be a follow-up meeting next week. And that's the kind of responsiveness that we really appreciate from government side. So really, we want to applaud you for your hands-on approach and for the fact that you always have an ear for the agriculture sector. This is your constituency. Welcome, Minister.
Thank you very much, Christo, and thanks to the President of Agri SA. And I'd like to greet the National Executive of Agri SA together with various provinces that are here. I've also noted that I've got Mr. Masipa, who's the Member of Parliament and a member of the Portfolio Committee that oversees what I do, but Noko, you have to be comfortable today. I'm not speaking on my own behalf, I'm speaking on behalf of the President. I also have noted former President of Agri SA, you know, the veterans who are here, who had been here for a long time. I've also seen John Purchase, Yanni de Villiers, and many others, Rico. You know, this is kind of like a family. And I must say that after 2 years of COVID, when we're not able to meet, it's very exciting today that we can meet physically, look at each other, reflect on matters that affect the sector. But we know that as we do so, we've got the highs and the lows. Some of us, some of you in this room, we did not sleep very well for the past week. Ever since the strike had started, we have been working with Transnet, and I've noted the CEO of Transnet, Meposhia, who is here, trying to look at how we could resolve some of that logjam so that indeed the ports and rail can become functional. We continue to engage. Yesterday morning, we were engaging with labor. In the evening, we also had another meeting with industry and the Board of Management of Transnet to take stock of what is happening, but also what we need to do going forward. We do so because we appreciate the role that agriculture plays in our economy, not only in terms of its contribution to the GDP, but also in terms of job creation, as the President had just said. I must also say that part of the realities that we are going through as the agricultural sector in this country, and I would dare say globally, is the impact of COVID-19, which has really disrupted not only our social life, but also our economies worldwide. But within that context, what one admired was the resilience of the agricultural sector. And I would like to honor our farmers and our farm workers who accepted the responsibility of being a sector that had to work even in that intense lockdown. And that was really no small measure, because it was the lives of yourselves, your families that were at risk. But you understand your greater call that you needed to make sure that food is available for the nation, not only in our country, but also in the region, as we know the interlinkages between our SACU and SADC. But at the same time, that process enabled us to look at innovation and other means in order to make sure that our exports actually continue to go. Working with the Netherlands government, we're able to bring in place the e-certification so that it does not really require somebody to be on the farm to do audits that any importer or importing countries want. And I think that's one of the exciting measures that emerged during the COVID-19 pandemic. Who knew that most of us and those BPTs born before technology, like myself and some of you in the 5th and 6th floor and 7th floor, you know, 5th and 6th floor is 50s, 60s, and 70s, who might not have been born with computers, but we had to adjust and adapt. And for me, that resilience is very indicative of our agricultural sector that continuously to adapt from time to time. 2 days ago, we launched the Biosecurity Hub in partnership with Pretoria University, which we think will actually make a contribution to the animal and plant diseases that affect our country, but some that might come as a result of climate change. Majority of you are seated here have had challenges, particularly when we had to close down the country for 21 days as a result of foot and mouth to actually deal with issues of containment. And I know my farmers from the Platteland and the Free State were a bit not quite happy with me for the additional days, but what I'm happy about is that we continue to engage, and last week we managed to lift the whole of Free State except those farms that are affected, which are still positive of the virus. However, the Biosecurity Hub will enable us to strengthen some of the gaps that were identified by the task team that I set up to actually advise us on what are the weaknesses in our system that does not lend ourselves in best position to be able to address the animal disease challenge that we're facing in the country. I must say, though, that the July unrest was another test for our farming community, and particularly the food value chain. Again, I want to thank you as producers and retailers who really came up not only to defend the towns and communities closer to where you stay, but you were able also to make sure that we do not have another challenge of food crisis, and you stepped up and were there to make sure that the country still continues even under those ravages. You've had the floods, you've had the locusts, you've got the drought, and more rains, but here we are, we're still surviving. As Dr. Reverend Scala would say, tough times never last, but tough people do. And this is what, as farmers of South Africa and your farm workers, we have actually shown that tough times never last, but tough people do. And hey, we still have to go through those tough times with the Transnet issue. It's not yet over. And I always say, one exciting thing that people don't know about being the Minister of Agriculture is that you always have an exciting day every day. It may not be exciting because you have to laugh. It's exciting because it's a new challenge. You have to face them head on time and again. And I must say that even if we may be a little different apart from each other sometimes on policy and regulation, but we still find a way of engaging and finding some solution. Maybe not as swift in certain areas, but we finally get there. So the issues that you raised, President, I must say that we will continue to engage. And I know that there's a pending meeting between ourselves to deal with some of those issues that you're raising relates to legislation, but also some of them to policy that we need to address. On some of the issues that you had raised with us before, at the beginning of the year, I know that DDG Moyo is here, has been engaging with Christo and others to see how we deal with issues of rural roads and rural infrastructure in particular. But what has been very central in this theme of the sixth administration from President Ramaphosa is the way in which, as a country, we must work together, the strengthening of partnerships, because indeed, none of us can succeed without each other. That's the end of the speech now of the Minister of Agriculture. Now I'm changing. There was going to be no way that I don't, as they say in Zulu, usika kwelijigayo, just to cook a little bit, a cut of meat somewhere as the Minister of Agriculture in an agricultural congress. I'm sure all of you would have looked at me and says, "I talk, or what is it now?" So I had to do that to the sector, to the partners whom I work with on a daily basis. Mr. President Ramaphosa had sent a message to the leadership of Agri SA, profusely apologizing for his absence today. Unfortunately, there are other emergencies that he had to attend, and those were unplanned and unforeseen. And he therefore asked me to deliver his message to you as the Agricultural Congress. President of Agri SA, Mr. Jaco Minnaar, CEO of Agri SA, Mr. Christopher de Riede, representative of farming organization and value chain players, representatives of business and investor community, all the sponsors of this year's Congress, officials of government and officials of Agri SA present, representatives of other farmer organizations who are invited here, CEOs and chairpersons of government entities that are also part of this meeting, delegates from the various provinces to this Congress, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, goeiemorgen. Dankie vir die gelegenheid. Allow me to begin by thanking the leadership of Agri SA for inviting me to address this Congress. Agriculture is vital to our economy and country. The goods, products, and services you produce feed our nation. The businesses you have created across the agricultural value chain provide employment, support livelihoods, and play a direct role in alleviating poverty for millions of people. Agriculture is also one of the economy's best performing sectors in terms of contribution to gross domestic product. According to the Bureau for Food and Agriculture Policy, agriculture expanded by some 13% in 2020, by 8% in 2021, and by 12% in the fourth quarter of last year. In 2021, when we posted the largest trade surplus on record since 1987, much of it was driven by the agricultural exports. In the second quarter of this year, our agriculture and agro-processing exports amounted to 51 billion, up by 12% from second quarter of 2021. The revenue the state collects from the sector by way of value-added tax, export duties, land and land-related taxes, livestock taxes, and others enable government to provide services to improve the lives of citizens. During the COVID-19 pandemic, while nearly every sector of the economy contracted, agriculture expanded. While it was a time of good rains, the performance of agriculture was also thanks to the strong partnership between the sector and government. It was also thanks to support measures in place, such as the COVID-19 Disaster Agricultural Support Fund for smallholder and communal farmers, and providing input vouchers to small-scale farmers under the Presidential Employment Stimulus. Our experience during the pandemic led to an increased public appreciation of the role of agriculture in our national life. It also reaffirmed once more that farmers are the lifeblood of our country. As government, we affirm our unwavering support to the sector and pledge to do everything within our means to ensure its sustainability and growth. Agri SA has helped us to create sound policies and programs to support the sustainability of agriculture in South Africa. As we implement the National Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, the agricultural sector is our valued partners. The development of growth-enhancing measures, such as the sectoral master plans, would also not have been possible without close cooperation. The poultry and sugar master plans were the first steps, culminating in the agriculture and agro-processing master plan that was signed by social partners in May this year. I know that there are teething challenges, particularly in the implementation of both the sugar and the poultry master plan. However, it is us that can make it work. I'm pleased to note that the report back on the master plan is the first order of business this morning. I'm also pleased that this Congress has its theme, I quote, growing local, close quote. Just as we seek new markets for our agricultural exports, we have to look at ways of replacing imported agricultural produce with those that are locally produced. Importing goods that could be otherwise produced domestically is a lost opportunity not only for the expansion of the growth in our sector and expansion of job creation. That is why, as Minister has said, it is important that we strengthen local value chains so that localization translates to more business opportunity up and downstream, as well as direct into our own economy. Agri SA has also been key to support private sector investment into the sector, as shown by the commitments made by the industry at successive South Africa investment conferences. We know that despite its outstanding performance, agriculture faces a number of challenges. At global level, the ongoing conflict in Europe has disrupted our food value chains, impacting fuel costs and fertilizer imports and many others. This has seen food prices inflation hit new heights, pushing the cost of typical food basket to over 1,000 rands in August 2022. Thanks to the agility of our farmers and traders, proper planning and good domestic harvest for wheat, sunflower and maize, we're now seeing prices starting to fall. Another global issue is the steady encroachment of non-tariff sanitary and phytosanitary measures that are limiting our ability to export, as you know, particularly in the citrus industry. Minister Didiza and Patel are addressing this matter at a bilateral level. Just to indicate that this coming Monday, there will be another meeting which will include ourselves and the European Union to further engage on this matter. And our Director General of Agriculture, Mr. Ramasodi, together with our Ambassador of WTO, will be leading our teams to actually engage in this regard. At a multilateral level, South Africa and the European Union are in consultation on sanitary and phytosanitary measures within the framework of the World Trade Organization. We are optimistic that the existing engagement platforms would lead to successful outcomes. At a domestic level, biosecurity remains a concern. The prevalence of animal disease in our country has barred commercial farmers from exporting their products to important markets. The department is working with the industry to strengthen our biosecurity controls, veterinary services, and related support services. Agriculture, like other sectors, is being impacted upon by poor state of key infrastructure such as roads, rail, and ports. Logistical and shipping bottlenecks directly impact market access for agricultural goods, products, and services. Through the work of Operation Vulindlela, we are implementing growth-enhancing structural reforms to improve efficiencies in the network industries. After establishing the National Ports Authority as a subsidiary to Transnet, we are now in the process of enabling private sector participation in the running of the ports to improve efficiencies. With the publication of the white paper on national rail policy, we are moving ahead with plans to revitalize rail infrastructure and to enable third-party access to our freight rail network. We're deeply concerned about the wage dispute at Transnet, which carries a huge cost for agriculture, for all exports, and for the broader economy. We are confident that all parties will be able to resolve this issue with the greatest urgency. We all know, as Transnet, as unions, as a shareholder, and as businesses, that a protracted dispute will set back our efforts to restore our economy to growth and to create jobs and new business opportunities. We therefore urge that all parties act in the interest of our country. Under the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, key water infrastructure investment designated as strategic integrated projects will support the needs of the sector. They include the Phase 2 of the Lesotho Highland Water Project, Phase 2A of the Mokolo Crocodile River, West Augmentation Project, projects of Mkomazi, Olifants, and Grootletaba rivers, and a number of other irrigation, bulk water, and augmentation schemes. Fast-tracking the process of issuing water use licenses is key to agricultural operations and to promoting investment in agriculture and its associated industries. Thanks to the turnaround plan under implementation, the backlog of water use licenses has been cleared, and the Department of Water Affairs is on track to meet its target of processing 80% of applications within 90 days. Work is also underway to establish a National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency that will ensure better management of our national water resources. Of the 203 projects in the pipeline developed by the Infrastructure Office in the Presidency, 13 related to agriculture and agro-processing, including processing facilities, irrigation schemes, and fresh produce markets. We are taking far-reaching measures to ensure energy security, both in the immediate term and in the future, as the President of Agri SA has highlighted in the speech the challenge of energy security that our country continues to face. Thanks to a turnaround plan under implementation, we will be working with private sector as well as public sector to ensure that the challenges, both in terms of energy security and other related industries that impact on agriculture, will be resolved. The new board at Eskom, which has just been announced by the minister, we hope will be able to address some of the challenges that we are facing in that state entity. The issues of maintenance, corruption, procurement, and capacity that has caused the recent load shedding. At the same time, we have taken decisive measures to enable a massive increase in private sector investment in energy generation capacity. We are working closely with regulators, business, and other stakeholders to remove any obstacles to the completion of the new generation projects. Ladies and gentlemen, the killing of farmers and farm workers and attacks on farms are acts of criminality that we condemn in the strongest terms. We mourn the life so senselessly lost and the trauma that it causes for all involved. The disruption caused by these attacks, but also by damage caused to farming operations by arson, vandalism, and theft, has a far broader impact on society and on the country's food security. Government is working with the sectors, particularly farmers and farming communities, as we implement the National Rural Safety Strategy to improve the safety of the farming community and to reduce stock and crop thefts. I want to express my gratitude to industry bodies for devoting resources to support this strategy on a number of fronts, including through infrastructure upgrades and other measures. Another issue of concern to the sector is the prevalence of illegal mining, which has detrimental impact in agriculture. We've established a multidisciplinary task team in 22 priority districts across several provinces to combat crime that targets economic infrastructure. These units have been registering success in arrest, the confiscation of weapons, and shutting down of illegal operations. You will, for example, have seen the major arrest earlier this week in the Northwest Province. Much of this success is thanks to collaboration between the task team, private security companies, and businesses, including in the agricultural sector. Farm killings, illegal mining, and all other forms of crime can only be defeated if we work together, share information and best practice, and pool resources that are needed. The agricultural sector is resilient and foresighted. Thanks to the partnership between the sector and government, we are dealing with the challenges facing the sector in a coordinated manner. By the same token, we must also continue to work together in the same spirit to address the issues of transformation of the sector. We cannot talk about sustainable agriculture in South Africa without giving equal attention to the urgent imperatives of farming and inland ownership. When it comes to enabling black farmers to run successful commercial operations, agricultural financing is key. We are all aware of the challenges that the Land Bank has faced in the recent past. The new board that the Minister of Finance has put in place is working tirelessly to reform the Land Bank so it is better able to serve this sector. We are also looking at ensuring that the agricultural development funds and grants housed in various departments are consolidated and used as the capital base in a new and sustainable land bank. In addition, we anticipate the next phase of the blended finance scheme launched last year by Industrial Development Corporation will be upscaled and be run in partnership with Land Bank, commercial banks, and agribusinesses. On land reform and restitution, the department has developed a system to provide transparency in the selection of beneficiaries for the land allocation. Work is also underway to establish a land and development agency that will ensure greater efficiency in both the acquisition of strategic land and its redistribution to deserving beneficiaries. I'd also like to thank organizations in the sector for the support initiatives they are running for farmers who have been given land under the Proactive Land Acquisition Program. As we have always maintained, the land reform process will only be successful if beneficiaries have access to necessary resources, expertise, and most importantly, capital to become commercially successful. So once again, thank you for this important and good faith gesture. The expropriation bill that has recently been approved by the National Assembly and which is now before the National Council of Provinces will also assist in speeding up land reform. Rather than being viewed as a threat to agriculture, the expropriation bill provides clarity on the circumstances in which land may be expropriated and provides clear rules on how, within the prescripts of the Constitution, various actions can be taken to advance the needs of all South Africa's people. We cannot build a united society without redressing the wrongs of the past. We cannot live alongside each other in harmony so long as the country's majority, the dispossessed, do not have an equal and equitable share in land ownership. Ladies and gentlemen, as the agricultural and farming sector, I applaud you for your contribution in the daily lives of our South African population. I applaud you for your sector's contribution to our balance of trade, to addressing our unemployment crisis, and above all, to ensuring our national food security. I also want to commend the sector for embracing the land donations policy and urge you to use this policy space provided to support the acceleration of land reform. We want to see from this Congress concrete proposals that will not only benefit agriculture, but the broader economy and society. As you will be deliberating on the profitability and sustainability of agriculture in South Africa, I urge you to work towards an agricultural sector that is representative, inclusive, and that supports our nation's social and economic goals. In making this call, I quote from the last stanza of C.J. Langenhoven's poem, I quote, "My Land." Heritage, on this one, you will just pardon me, my Afrikaans is not quite lekker, ne? Halfhartige pogings laat nie vyand wyk, moet ons nog verder wag en kyk. The other Christo will provide you in writing. And you understand very well, because if I were to put some Xhosa or Swati names, you will be in the same position as I am. And that's the lovely part of being South African. Indeed, let us all play our part. Even as we have our challenges and disagreements, let us not be disheartened, but look at ways to overcome them. Even as our country has struggled to regain its footing, we are seeing the green shoots of recovery. It is up to us to build on them. Let us continue to work together as government, as the industry, as labor, and as civil society to strengthen agriculture so that it lives, work, grows, and benefits all. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thanks for your address personally and then also the address from the President. We really appreciate it. I think there's a lot of things that we are exactly on the same page, and there are a lot of things that we differ as well. But we need to work together. I think in the long term, we need to work together. We need to make this work, but we need to act as well. We need to act as fast and as soon as possible to make this country a better country for all of us. We will continue our engagement with government as you and your department and all other spheres of government to make it a better country. So thank you very much for your address. Thanks for attending. I believe that you have somewhere else to be as well, but convey our message to the President as well. We thank him for his address today, and we would like to engage with him at some other stage as well. We would just like to hand over a present to you and to the President, if you can convey to that. Thanks again, Minister. I would just like to call on to Alwyn just to make a few announcements regarding our voting, and then Christo just to get the detail around. We're going to break for coffee now, and we're going to return afterwards, and then we just change the program around that Renel Stander is going to address us after tea. So Alwyn, if you can quickly address Congress, and then Christo.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Following on one of my earlier announcements, what we are going to do now during the tea break is make available the voting devices. So all the voting delegates can, there at the rear of the hall, go to Lumi. They will then hand you your voting device. Then during the course between the tea break and lunchtime, we will have a quick demo or trial run on the voting process. The purpose is to verify that the lists correspond with the devices that's been handed out and the activating cards that's been given. And we will do a run for the president election and then for the various chambers just to make sure that we've got everybody on the correct list. So the voting delegates would have been handed a little card that looks like a credit card device. This needs to be matched with a device that Lumi will hand to you, and that is the device that you will use to vote. So if during the tea break, as I said, if you can just go to the rear and collect your device, and then prior to lunchtime, we'll just test that the system is working properly, and then we will proceed with the voting just after lunch. In the meantime, those of you who still want to do nominations, both for president, vice president, and the various office bearers from the various chambers, can please proceed to do so. You can still mail us the nominations, or alternatively, there are little nomination forms that you can also complete there, but you can just ask for me. I will make them available so that we can be ready to complete the voting process quickly after lunch. Net om te herhaal, die stemgeregtigde afgevaardigdes sou by hulle aankoms 'n klein kredietkaartjie gekry het. Dit moet gepaar word met 'n apparaatjie wat Lumi daar agter vir julle sal uitdeel tydens teetyd. En ons is net besig om die lyste weer finaal na te gaan. So tussen teetyd en middagete gaan ons vinnig 'n proefloopie stem net doen, beide vir die president wat al die stemgeregtigdes is, en dan per kamer net om seker te maak dat almal op die regte lyste is, sodat ons die regte stemme kan uitoefen. En dan sal ons voortgaan met die stemmery net na middagete. Wat die nominasies betref, dis nog steeds oop, so die nominasies vir president en die nominasies uit die verskillende kamers, soos aangekondig, julle kan dit doen by wyse van 'n e-pos aan my in Kliewilde, of ons het ook 'n fisiese vorm hier beskikbaar wat julle kan voltooi as julle dit sou verkies. So dis die reëlings. Baie dankie meneer die voorsitter. Dankie Christo. Ekskuus, Lumi het my net gevra om te sê die stemtoestelle sal buite in die foyer beskikbaar wees tydens die teebreek. The voting devices, would be made available at a table there in the foyer during the tea break. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, laat ek nou net toe om Dr. Groenewald. Waar is Dr. Groenewald? Dat ek net sien. Daar sê, baie welkom. Ons is altyd bly dat u ook teenwoordig is. Dan, dames en heren, ons gaan nou 'n teebreek het. Teebreek until say 11:45, right? And then after that, immediately after that, we will have Renal Sander, who will address us, as well as Portia Derby. And then we're going to have a couple of seats here on the stage and panel discussions, and that's an opportunity to have also engagement between the audience here, as well as the members right in front. So we have Transnet here today, we've got Eskom later, Oom Jan Oberholzer, is Oom Jan hier? Ons het nou die dag ook lekker vir Oom Jan gaan kuier en 'n baie goeie gesprek gehad met hom ook saam. So ja, die idee is dat ons die industriespelers en leiers hier met wie julle kan gesels en ons kan kyk hoe ons Suid-Afrika se probleme binne in die volgende ure wat kan oplos. So, whilst you just have remain seated, I'm just going to ask Jaco and Minister, if Jaco, you can just accompany Minister on her way. She's flying overseas. Minister, enjoy your trip. Okay. Dan dames en here, ons het dan sê so 20 minute, drink 'n teetjie, gebruik die badkamers en dan kom ons terug om die gesprek verder te vat. Daar is aan.
no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on. Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on.
So we're coming to the action session of the Congress, where we're going to have industry leaders engaging with us, as well as panel discussions. Dan kan ons lekker praat en ons menings ook lig.
Tyd te spaar, maar ek kan die paneellede nie ons nog hier kon sit nie. Okay. Notes gaan ook. Ja. Okay.
Jana, can you just check where's Brunel? Brunel standing? Oh, there's Brunel. Okay.
Dink jy ek nie sien oor nie?
Ja.
Congres.
Ons, ja.
Nee. Congres, kan ons gou stilte kry asseblief? Ek aanvaar dat ons president Jacob Minnar so 'n bietjie vasgehou word deur die media en dis sal ek die vrymoedigheid neem om voort te gaan tot waar hy terug is. Kom ons kry stilte asseblief. Kan ons dan ons volgende spreker Brunel Stander na vore roep asseblief en dan luister ons graag na haar. Baie dankie Congres.
Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure and a privilege to address you here today. Thank you, Christo, for the invitation. It is humbling to stand before this room of farmers, agricultural experts, industry associations, sponsors, agriculture stakeholders, and government. I feel a sense of gratitude and respect for the deep love of the land that this community has. Thank you for putting bread in our mouths, meat on our plates, award-winning wine on our table, and jerseys on our backs. Thank you for continuing to invest your hard-earned money in South Africa throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, notwithstanding the daily uncertainties you face. Farming is extremely capital intensive, and your investment shows your long-term commitment to South Africa. Agriculture is one of the top contributors to the economy, particularly to job creation, food security, and export earnings. Agriculture, as the Minister also alluded to, showed remarkable resilience during the COVID pandemic. This was largely a result of a decade of investment by the private sector, aided by good weather and global price dynamics. This was achieved notwithstanding domestic challenges, including deteriorating infrastructure, load shedding, and disruptions due to protests. That said, have we and are we continuing to invest sufficiently in future resilience? Are we investing enough in export competitiveness to grow and sustain the agricultural sector? We have a unique opportunity to build a new reality for agriculture and for the South African economy. The collection of people in this room today has the power to make decisions that will benefit future generations of South Africa. Climate change is the next global crisis. How are we, as governments, organizations, and business alike, preparing ourselves for this reality? Soylent Green, perhaps the most dystopian film ever made, comes to mind. Released in 1973, the movie projected a future 22 years into the new millennium. In the year 2022, the world is on the brink of collapse, and daily life is motivated by one factor above all: food insecurity. There is hunger. The vulnerable riot in the streets over food shortages, nations strain to feed their people. It certainly is reassuring that no matter how tough 2022 is, the scenes in Soylent Green are not our current reality. thanks to anti-pollution laws, cleaner energy, improved crop varieties, and the transformative role of technology. Our world is not doomed. Climate change and the green transition are rapidly changing the very fiber of the international economy. We need to adapt to and mitigate against changing environmental conditions. Importantly, we need to find better ways to distribute resources to sustain people at a level above mere survival. The most essential of those resources is food. 1/3 of the world's population suffers from food insecurity. Temperatures are still rising, and the effects for global food production. COVID-19 disrupted global supply chains and transportation networks and created shortages of farm machinery, pesticides, and other vital agricultural components. The pandemic has caused mass shutdowns of food production in facilities and have raised food prices. Now the two nations that account for 1/4 of the world's wheat supply are at war, further impacting food prices and resulting in protectionism in some parts of the world. Inflation, which has been tamed for 40 years, is back with a vengeance, compounded by the energy crisis caused by the conflict, further driving up the cost of food. If these trends continue, nations will meet food protests. So the scene is set, a complex geopolitical setting. A world in conflict makes the world explosive, volatile, and unpredictable. Sadly, the vulnerable will suffer the most. South Africa is part of the global economy and therefore not immune to many of the same pressures being felt across the world. Ongoing and accelerated load shedding is compounding an already fragile economic and social situation, and I'm hopeful of a quick resolution in relation to the Transnet strike. Thankfully, we are seeing some green shoots. Positive signals from two rating agencies, Moody's and S&P, have both revised the country's rating upwards. We are starting to see political accountability in South Africa. We are seeing civil society begin to play an increasing role. The recently announced energy reforms to the country's energy sector will create significant opportunities for manufacturing across the renewable energy value chain in South Africa. The SA fiscus has been buoyed by favorable global commodity prices. New markets and new business opportunities are being unlocked, in part driven by technology and regulatory shifts. We have so much to be proud of in the agriculture and agri-processing industries. South Africa is the second largest citrus exporter after Spain. South Africa is a leading global player in the avocado and macadamia nut markets. Distel is the world's second largest cider producer after Heineken. South Africa is the #1 source of imported fruit in Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, Nigeria, Zambia, Angola, Botswana, Cote d'Ivoire, amongst others. South Africa is the second largest source of imported fruit in the UK and the Netherlands, and I could go on. South Africa is a global agricultural powerhouse. What do we need to do to gain global traction? How will we grow local and build local communities? Exporting globally is the recipe for a competitive country. We already have the playbook. The Westphalia fruit story shows that export is a key driver of growth in the agricultural sector. Started in 1929, they have their humble beginnings in Tsanin. Over the last 70 years, the company's experiments with environmentally sustainable agricultural systems shaped their environmental ethos. Now headquartered in London, Westphalia Fruits is the single biggest avocado supplier in the world. Exports allows us to reach larger markets, markets with stronger buying power, and given different seasons, allows us to mitigate conditions at home. The ability to access larger and diversified markets allows our agricultural sector to invest and create jobs at home while also mitigating local market conditions. Are we, as government and support organizations, doing everything in our power to ensure that our farmers can access and compete in key global markets and support the growth of local communities? To stay in the game, we need to compete with global competitors in a digitized, decarbonizing world. How do we show up in 2022? Sustainability, adaptation, and resilience are the buzzwords for global competitiveness. Changing climate patterns are driving farmers to mitigate and adapt. Climate commitments, investors, and consumers are driving changing business behavior to decarbonize. Sustainability is no longer a tick box exercise. Sustainability is the strategy. Our largest trading partner, the European Union, has made ambitious climate commitments, including the adoption of a farm-to-fork strategy that will impact upon its trading partners. Agriculture, food processing, labeling, and packaging are central to the strategy. SMEs in the entire South African agribusiness will be impacted by this. Innovation across the agricultural value chain is crucial, and South Africa needs to start taking measures in anticipation of the changes ahead. Governments are investing in measures to support their agricultural industries so that they can adapt and remain competitive into the future. In Germany, government is putting public money towards supporting energy and resource efficiency, promoting organic farming to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, protecting and promoting biodiversity, and reducing pesticide use and re-wetting of agricultural moorlands. The Dutch government is investing heavily into cellular agriculture and climate change-resistant crops and aims to be a global leader in the circular agriculture by 2030. In China, the World Bank is supporting a program in Henan province to develop an innovative financing mechanism for green agriculture that will boost commercial investment and increase the use of innovative technologies. What does all this mean for us? It means South Africa must work harder, smarter, and faster. There is no time to waste. We need to focus on investing adequate public money in the basic levers of competitiveness. To continue its growth path, the agricultural sector requires efficient and cost-effective routes to market, road, rail, and ports, market access in export markets, reliable access to low-cost energy and water, and importantly, greener value chains to comply with export demands and our own national climate commitments. In the Western Cape, if I don't do this, my team are going to fire me. In the Western Cape, the Provincial Department of Agriculture is investing in future resilience of the industry through its Green Agri program. The Green Agri online portal is a one-stop shop portal for all farmers, researchers, private and non-governmental agencies. This portal is focused on smart agricultural practices as well as available funding opportunities. In response to a request from small SMMEs for marketing support, Westgrow developed the Cape Trade Portal. This is an online digital platform which connects buyers and exporters. Supported by the Made in the Cape campaign, which we will show later, it leverages the region of origin. We've launched the portal and the campaign in the UK, and we're about to launch it in the US, and we are seeing some phenomenal results. So if you're not already on the portal, please do join. Another great project is in the Western Cape is Fruitlook, a web-based portal with near real-time data based on remote sensing data modeling for the Western Cape agricultural sector. The portal provides weekly data on growth, moisture, and minerals of their crops. This data assists in informing farm operators farm operations on management decisions relating to irrigation scheduling and crop production. The increasing prevalence of smart agriculture techniques, the decreasing costs and increasing availability of solar power solutions, as well as technological advances in biogas and circular solutions, are taking us towards increased resource efficiency and decreased input costs. We are blessed with among the best sun and wind resources in the world, and we are increasingly able to harness this to our benefit. While I've spoken a lot about the importance of exporting and global competitiveness, this is only one part of the story. The other part of the story is the crucial importance of small-scale farmers and farming communities. More specifically, ensuring that small-scale farmers can access value chains and that more people are able to grow food. Smallholders are more vulnerable to climate risks because they have limited access to resources and information that would enable them to develop effective response strategies. A case study conducted in the Western Cape showed increasing climate change awareness is a preliminary step for community-based adaptation. However, these approaches need to be accompanied by opportunities to allow for stronger integration into the agricultural sector and the greater economy to facilitate and enable resilient rural livelihoods. Resilience, therefore, is more than the ability to resist and recover from adverse shocks. It's about the ability to bounce back stronger than before and to learn from the experience. The recent fires in the Northern Cape and the floods in KZN shows that we have a long way to go. To build resilience, we need to invest in local adaptive capabilities. The focus to date has been on mitigation, with most of global finance going to decarbonization and especially renewable and green energy projects. We need to ensure that enough investment flows into adaptation projects to protect communities and ecosystems from the effects of climate change. We can't trade mitigation and adaptation off against each other. The Western Cape and the Northern Cape have been beneficiaries of foreign direct investment into renewable energy and green projects. Renewable energy has been the second largest driver of FDI into the Western Cape over the last 10 years. With the additional steps put in place now to deregulate the energy sector, this investment is set to increase at a significant rate. Internationally, renewables have taken over from fossil fuels as the biggest magnet of global FDI across the sectors since 2019. Solar and wind farms are going up across the world, battery manufacturing is booming, and new technologies like green hydrogen are attracting tremendous attention. In South Africa, new market opportunities are opening up in utility-scale renewable energy, small-scale embedded generation, battery and solar manufacturing, energy efficiency, e-mobility, and green hydrogen. The energy transition is changing the whole geography of global energy investment. This means that there's a tremendously large pie of global foreign investment into renewable energy over the next few decades, and we need to ensure that we get a slice of it. In conclusion, the world will not wait for us. We need a shared vision of the future around which we can unite urgently. I believe through strengthening alliances, collaboration, and fortitude, we have an opportunity to raise the South African flag even higher. Let's build local to grow global. Let's take our rightful place on the world stage. I thank you.
If it comes from the southern tip of Africa, nurtured by the sun and the two oceans breeze, if it thrives like 1,000 floral species, grown by skilled hands with respect and expertise, if it's rooted in land rich and fruitful, inspired by beauty and the spirit of what if it innovates to make lives better, produced with pride, right here where we live. If it's created to be world-class quality, you can trust it's as good as others say. If it's driven by a love of local, it's made in the Western Cape.
Yes, you can give applause. Renelle Stander, will you please join us again on stage? We just want to give you a small token of appreciation, and Phineas will hand it over. That was Renelle Stander, the CEO of Wesgrow, and she set the stage for us in terms of what are being done for local innovation, growth, and job creation. Before we can continue, I just want to give Alwyn a chance for some formalities that he has to do, and then we can proceed with the program.
Thanks, Nicole. The auditors have completed the verification of the list, so that's done. It's been uploaded with Lumi. On our recon, it seems that there may be 2 or 3 voting delegates that have not collected their little credit card thing and device. So if you are a voting delegate that have not received your card, please just go to Veria and we will verify your identity and do the issuing. And then after that, we will just, as soon as the program allows for it, we will do a quick test run just on the voting so that we are ready. So if there's anybody that hasn't received their voting device or accreditation card, please just go to Veria and collect that. Net om te herhaal, die ouditeure die stemgeregtigde lys nagegaan en dit is afgeteken. So ons is gereed en dit is opgelaai op die platform. Op die rekonsiliasie het getoon dat daar mag dalk 1 of 2 stemgeregtigdes wees wat nog nie hulle kaartjie en apparaat gekollekteer het nie. So as jy nog nie een ontvang het nie, gaan gerus asseblief daar na die agterkant van die lokaal en ons sal dit vir julle uitdeel en dan sodra die program toelaat, sal ons vinnig 'n proefloopie net doen om seker te maak die stelsel werk behoorlik. Baie dankie. Thanks Nicole.
Baie dankie Alwyn. Oproep daar om net die applikaat, hoe sal dit wees? Net te gaan haal daar agter asseblief. Ja, apparaat, dankie Omri, dit klink beter. Hulle sê in Afrikaans as die kat weg is die muis baas. Nou hoe sal nou die vertaling daarvoor wees, Christo?
If the cat is at home.
If the cat is away, the mouse take over the house.
Yeah.
That is
The
more or
mouse,
less.
no, the mouse empties the bar.
That is not what I'm doing, but I'm taking over the house. So then I will take the liberty to have a little shuffle on the program. And we want to go to the second theme of growing local through sustainable infrastructure. And I ask for Ms. Portia Darby, the CEO of Transnet, to come to the stage and address Congress. Thank you so much.
Life's rough, guys. Goeiemôre almal. Ek is 'n bietjie beter as Minister Didiza. A bietjie, not much. Thank you very much, Christo, for the invite. I was just thinking, the guy or the girl who's planning not to vote today, can I get their voting device? It's proving to be an interesting session. So, where do I start? Maybe let me start with, there's a lot of articles in the press right now, which is, and really we are really worried about the perishables. The citrus season's pretty much done, and we're now looking at the deciduous season that's starting in the Western Cape, and in fact it started already. This is week 41. We're watching anxiously, like everybody else, the reefer points. We're talking to the shipping lines and hoping really hard that we'll be able to get to a solution on the other side. I know some people feel that this is a strike that we should pay whatever is required. But the truth is, we have a responsibility to turn around Transnet and leave a strong, sustainable company on the other side of the divide. It's not sustainable to have about 66% of your operating cost being labor cost. I'm not talking about revenue, because that is something that we need to grow. Because at 66%, the next the biggest cost driver on our side is interest cost, which is even more ridiculous. Because when I ask people, what do you think is the next most expensive thing, the people often say it must be electricity and fuel. Electricity and fuel are number 3 and 4. So it's those 4 items have got us seized in terms of dealing with it. I live in hope, and I suppose being in a farmer's session, the person who spoke in the morning, you're quite right. I had a mother and an uncle who had very green fingers. And I don't think you can grow anything if you have no hope, and I don't think you can stay sane in Transnet, frankly. And in a state-owned enterprise without hope, you'll go crazy. So I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful, and I'm hoping that the presentation that I make now is also going to show you a Transnet which has got a totally different perspective of itself and its role in the world and its role in a relationship with yourself. I tried to get the picture changed because I just thought, what a dull pick. I'm told that that's a grain wagon, and I wanted beautiful sunflowers, so, we'll deal with that. So this is, you'll see that, and you'll see it just now in another slide, is that in Transnet agriculture, especially as when you look at rail, because we often start first at the rail and then we would get to the port. At the ports, agriculture has always been an important driver, but on the rail side, it hasn't. And for the longest time, we weren't grappling with the fact that you've got to do something about supporting this sector. So this is just some of the data which you guys would know better than I do as well. And we then, even as Transnet, I suppose the data is important for making this point to you, is that at Transnet, when we're doing our planning and our strategic planning, we look at the sector size and importance in the economy, and then we try and figure out how might we be of some support. I must admit that amongst the things that are exciting, and I'd actually like to get a little bit deeper into the data, because I'm afraid we've ICAD at the top. We've just, in terms of when you look at 39.8, or about 40% of the value, income earned, being in small, medium, and micro enterprises. What we haven't asked the question is how many jobs does it create and how sustainable that is. I think that in South Africa we are long overdue starting to pay a lot more attention to the micro and the informal, because it tends to be a place which harbors people for a very long time. And if you make that sector sustainable, it becomes an active part of your economy. So the number of jobs associated with the sector are really important. This graph, for me, these 2 pictures were really important. The one on the right-hand side, okay, no, gotta read direct. The one on the left-hand side, to you looking at it, is an indication of poverty in South Africa. The one on the extreme on the right-hand side is one that shows rail infrastructure. Now, I really tried my damnedest to try and get them to show colors that you can see through the slide, but don't worry, there'll be another slide that shows the rail infrastructure. The point is The red lines, the little short red lines, those are active branch lines. The black ones would be inactive branch lines. And we think there's an amazing opportunity to reinvest and reimagine investing in these communities, which tie so closely with some of the areas with the highest poverty rates in South Africa. As well. And I hope that we all, even on the training side, we start seeing which agricultural activities we should be supporting directly. So the segment strategy, this is what I was talking about. This doesn't have a pointer. I was talking about. So 85% or 80% of our revenue actually comes from the iron ore, the minerals sector. Agriculture is a tiny contributor to our revenue as Transnet, and especially on the rail side. At the ports, very strong. And because it's been a tiny contributor for the longest time, whenever we looked at strategy, there wasn't really active engagement with the sector. I must say in the last couple of years, had lots of meetings with Agri SA, Agribiz, and the various associations. And we were, the point that we were then starting to put to our people internally in the strategy section as well as in finance, because the rate of return is always a thing that we're talking about, is this picture is important for us as South Africans. Because if we're not supporting this picture directly as South African, as Transnet, I'm not sure what sort of contribution we are making to the country. So there's quite a lot of issues that we're going to be dealing with in the coming months and years, which relates to just the reform around third-party access on the one side. Number two, as we keep on saying, we are looking for active partnerships. So what we've been doing is that we look at areas in which we have an obvious competitive advantage or we've got installed infrastructure. And those are the areas that we're strengthening and focusing on. And then there are other areas where we think somebody else would be able to do it much better than us, cheaper than us, more nimble than what we are. And especially when you come to things like cargo consolidations, inland terminal management, even branch lines. And on the branch line side, there is actually a lot that we could do with regards to branch line reinvestment, working in a collaborative fashion. There's a team that's studying the UK policy on community rail. And community rail fundamentally being if a community, and it has to have local government, obviously, and their local government feel that there's a line, no matter how long it is, that they think could be usefully used, is to enter into a discussion with ourselves around how that might be brought into full operation, and then discuss what's the operating model that you can work on, which would get quite a lot of the branch lines operational. But let's also not lie to ourselves. It's expensive to maintain rail. So it wouldn't be something that we would be suggesting everywhere. Later on, you'll see the areas in which we suggest that there's a genuine opportunity to invest in rail. This is a 5-year view of our investment program. The top slide talks to expansion. You would know, we say it all the time, that our maintenance backlog is so huge that whatever we have for investment, we are focusing 80% of the expenditure on sustaining, which is really maintenance, and on the expansionary 20%. The agricultural commodities tend on rail at the very least. This is more, tend to focus on the rail side, tend to be on the container corridor, which is Gauteng to the Durban line. If you look at container, we've got about 800 million that we plan to invest. Actually, you should add the 800 million of container with the 1 billion of general freight. That would make up what would directly benefit agriculture. And at the bottom, the sustaining then being about the 27.3 billion that we plan to invest, which is the backlog, the infrastructure backlog. In some of these areas, we are talking to government about supporting the investment in track so that we can be able to have a sensible tariff. One of the big areas where we definitely think government must come in is on the container corridor. You may not believe it because you will say that we're too expensive. But on the container corridor, on average, for every rand of revenue that we get, we spend 2.18 rand. Okay? For every rand that we get as revenue, we spend 2 rand 18 cents. We have been doing this for years. And a little bit like ESCOM, eventually that visits you. So we've been talking to government that that needs to change, but also what we've started to look at is how do we adjust our model going forward to ensure that there's greater sustain. At least you need the thing to break even, worst case scenario. And the unfortunate thing about the container corridor, it would be moving agriculture, autos, and manufacturing. Those are some of the most important sectors for South Africa. Mining gets us revenue, but these ones are the ones where value addition arises. So just briefly on the fruit sector, dispersed throughout the country. And the numbers, I mean, I hope you can get, but we'll make the slides presentation available to the organizers. The ones are talk about the branch lines that we think are viable, just on the back of what we know about the area. So it would be Marble Hall, Addo Kirkwood, if you go to the bottom, Uppington, Kakamas, and in the Eastern Cape. There's quite a few shortish branch lines that we think would be viable. And then the ABCs are all the inland terminals with reefers, which we think are an opportunity for private sector investment in collaboration with ourselves. Most of that would be at our various sidings throughout the country that we would be prioritizing. In the hopes that this ties up with yourselves, but we've done some of this work in a collaborative fashion with Agri SA and Agribus. The next slide is going to be grain. Little bit on the same, the numbers, branch lines, and the alphabet talks to the mega terminals. And the terminals, let me not say, the mega that we've put in is our proposal is D, which is Dal Yosafat, is it? Dal Yosafat, which is in the Western Cape at the bottom. We think that potentially could be a grain mega terminal. Also, another area of investment that we'd like to work with yourselves and the Agribus collaboratively to drive the investment. Then, in terms of rail, Klerksdorp, Bethlehem, and Kroonstad, they're really close to each other. As 3 separate entities, we don't think that they're very viable. But if you were able to pull the 3 together into a regional hub of one sort or the other, branch line system, so we had one concession which covered all 3 lines, we think you have the possibilities of a viable business. Now, the branch line has its own little politic, right, in the sense that there are those that we've targeted ourselves, and then there are those which were the black lines, which we're saying, yeah, if you think that you can do something interesting with them, come talk to us and we'll talk. The ones that we target, there was initially an argument that said that on branch lines, we must underinvest or keep the branch lines at a standard lower than the container corridor or the main system. Now that makes sense at some level if your model is one of consolidating at some point and then creating a new train that will go down to the container corridor. However, if your long game is to remember we said we're going to start doing slot sales. So if your long game is that you want to be able to sell access right through to the port, then the standard of maintenance of the track has got to be the same as the rest of the system, so that when you buy rolling stock, you get rolling stock that's able to operate right through the system. And so that's what's introduced, I suppose, some cost, but even if it's more expensive, the opportunity to be able to run to the port is, I think, a significant enough benefit. The other thing that, and you would have read this criticism a million times over, so let me just stay on that slide for now so I can finish this rail stuff, which is being a huge criticism in the press. More articles than I've followed, actually, was about third-party access in the 2 years. Now, if you just spend some time reading about the German model, which is Deutsche Bahn, which Deutsche Bahn is a state-owned enterprise, controls 60% of the system, and has open access, 40%. In the German system, and we've been checking with them, we asked how many years it took to evolve to get to what they have today. it took, in the first phase, which is our first phase, about 10 years. And in the first 10 years, all you're just saying, and in fact, we've been quite chillaxed about what it is that you end up getting on the other side. What you want to get to is to be able to say, I need a train from whomsoever you choose to call and say, I need a train. Having called to say, I need a train, you're either getting a block train, and watch the space, we're going to be introducing block trains really soon. But also, what was the big issue was it's too expensive to get a one-year contract if you're going to be expected to buy rolling stock. Fair enough, if you're looking at a temporary arrangement. So the first thing that we're doing, because we own most of the rolling stock virtually on this whole continent, and that's not overstating it, it's a fact. What we're doing is that we are working really fast to set up a leasing company that would have both locomotives as well as wagons. And remember, on this, the weights of grain and agricultural produce is low, so you're not going to be competing with the 22Es and the other big locos that we use for the heavy ore system. So that's the first thing that we're doing. But also, which we are, because remember, we're evolving this model and we're learning as we go. We watch the space because there are possibly some, we're balancing out what might be longer term contracts and what might be shorter term contracts so that there's greater dynamism in the system. So you would have heard us go on over and over again about Durban Port, and I think this is the biggest concern right now. Durban Port is going to remain our priority because we can't have 3 hub ports in South Africa, don't have enough money, number one. Number two, don't have enough cargo volumes to make an argument for people to stop everywhere. So what we're saying is that Durban would be the hub for not just South Africa, but also Southern Africa. And as a hub port, you then want to be able to run milk runs. The NCT, the Ngquga transaction that we've just started, that we've just put out, the object with that transaction is frankly to start seeing whether we could have a direct east route, because what we're in the process of evaluating this, we are now in the last phase of the process of finding a partner. Unfortunately, the strike has meant a delay to the site visits by the potential bidders. But really what you're looking for there is somebody who's linked directly to the world's factory. There's no if or but about that, and that's for Ngquga. And then in the case of Durban, you're just looking for some world-class player who's got deep pockets, first of all, so that you can modernize your equipment at the ports, but also who links you up quite seriously into the maritime flows which go east and up north. And then the Western Cape, Cape Town, we see as an area where we should increasingly drive towards a direct route to Europe. Now, we are quite far down the line in terms of signing a collaborative interface agreement. I wanted to make sure about the words, with AgBiz. As Transnet. Now, it's really useful, this instrument, because it helps us fast-track investments when we have to undertake new investments in partnerships with the sector. So quickly to go to the ports, this you would know. What we've been saying to TNPA is that port performance and port inefficiency actually is not the responsibility of TPT. Just give me a moment. If you are Transnet Port Terminals and you have standards which have been set by TNPA, who are the owner, the landlord, and you're a lessor, and the landlord says this is the level of performance you should achieve, well, the landlord should be punishing you if you're not achieving that performance. And it doesn't matter whether your landlord and yourself belong to the same family. And so we've insisted on that. And actually, you'll watch and see that ever since TNPA started issuing not nice letters, and the toughest letters that they've received so far in Richards Bay, TPT, you are seeing quite directed focus in those areas and also investment by the various entities. We are working hard. I heard the delays that were indicated. The bottom slide shows what is the average delays across the ports. As you can see, Cape Town is very high. I didn't ask them, but I mean that data we can make available is that how much of Cape Town's delays are as a result of weather. To be honest, though, this issue of weather has become a problem right across the system. I mean, it's no longer just a Cape Town issue. Even in Durban, we have bad weather days. And then to look at bulk agriculture, Durban with the wood chips, working very closely with the industry to bring that back to full commission, and also to look at increasing in the long term silo capacity. And the long term is a function of when do the volumes grow. If they grow sooner than later, as long as it's viable commercially, we fund it. Unfortunately, we don't get any state support for any of this stuff. This would be in Durban, the Agriport also, we are looking to increase investment there. It's starting to do quite well, and one of the things that the floods sorted out, which was a long problem that we were trying to sort out. I'm going to forget the name of the road. There's a road that's at the port, which is actually it's always been a municipal road that we've been trying to incorporate into the port so that we can sort out the perimeter of the port and also upgrade the road. We've now agreed with the municipality that it's going to shift directly to Transnet. So that should also help further improve the arrangements around the port. East London, the grain silo with the grain elevator, we did try to do a PSP. I think the year I started at Transnet, in the early part of the year, this fell apart. We want to bring this back to the table, but this time around we would be staying in the investment and work to see how we might be able to increase and improve efficiency. East London, being a single auto port on the other side, on the one side, the other commodity, which is just a natural, is agricultural. You know that we export a lot of livestock out of there. So it's an opportunity too to see how we might improve that area. I know we have a vessel that is due to arrive in the Eastern Cape we hope it's going to come next week, in the hopes that the strike will be over next week, which is supposed to be loading livestock, which is currently in quarantine. But we're watching that very, very, very closely. The one issue that I didn't put on any of these slides is we recently closed an RFI as TNPA for water desalination. And the RFI for water desalination was an open-ended one, and we said we'd like to be self-sufficient with water at every single port throughout the country, because we see that as our additionality to the economy, because if we're not drawing out, then at least that little amount is available. However, in the case of Gqeberha in particular, which constantly has water problems, we are looking to build a bigger water desalination plant, more than just for ourselves, but also to have excess capacity available for the municipality. This, for me, is one of those areas where a partnership would make sense, given the fact that as agriculture, you're constantly looking for water. We had about 30 respondents, but only 10 made the grade in terms of providing us the information that we wanted. But this is the RFI phase, and we will soon get into the RFP phase. And basically, we were looking for a partner who's going to help us build and operate it as well, and finance it. So just quickly, I won't be long because I'm mindful of the time. This is the plans that would come from TFR then, in terms of when we look at the various hubs. On the fruit side, you see the Musina, Tsanin, Bela Bela, and City Deep. City Deep, I think we've made a final decision that we're going to include City Deep with the container corridor in whatever we do that brings in private sector participation on that corridor. We are going through the process of getting approvals. Remember, I already told you that that corridor, we've been losing about 2 billion a year for the past couple of years, and we're looking for somebody who can help us do better in the operations on that side. The brown bits are the areas where we see the grains, where they're located. And so Kimberley, Bethlehem cluster, I've already indicated that if you can put those three together, you just, to our mind, would have viable, you'd have a viable business. So What are we doing on rail? We're accelerating the reopening and upgrading of branch lines. In certain cases, the branch lines which we think have got opportunity to actually flow into the main system, as I indicated, we would want to continue doing that maintenance. But in the other branch lines where you're pulling something somewhere else, we would be open to a concession where the maintenance of the track was also the responsibility of whoever got the concession. Lots of opportunities for private sector investment in the network, in the locomotives themselves, where you have a third party who's going to run the system, and also in terms of wagons as well. Both the rebuilding, resale, leasing, whatever might be necessary. And then really our stance these days is to listen a lot more and pay attention and try and understand how we might be able to help you without breaking the bank. The second to last slide, just talks to another area which we think we should be working a lot closer with you. We've already had quite a few meetings with the agricultural sector around your rural policing strategy, because there's quite a strong overlap between your highest crime area and our horrendous crime area. I mean, that just is an indication of the amount of tons that we've lost. What we haven't shown you is the thousands of kilometers of cable we lose on a monthly and an annual basis. Last year, I think the last time I was checking annual data about a year ago, we were at 1,500 kilometers of rail lost. We've been talking to the financing with this just transition issue, is that if you include rail in that, and I know that as agriculture, you have to deal with the carbon footprint of your produce, and so rail does make sense. But we were then saying to the just transition guys from the Europeans in particular, is that, well, we have a little bit of a problem. With cable theft, the only way that you can have reliable rail is if you shift to diesel. If you shift to diesel, you increase the footprint. Sure, it's less than truck, but you still increase the footprint. So we've started talking to them about could we get some sort of a grant fund that would help us to replace copper wire with, there's what they call tiger wire, which is much less valuable, which has more aluminium than copper, which does exactly the same thing. So you'd still keep an electric system. And yeah, sure, you replace the tiger wire, and in some parts of the system, we've already started doing that. The first time you replace it, they'll come back and cut that, because they do that. They'll come back and they'll cut it again, but they won't come back number 3, because they'll quickly realize that there's no market value whatsoever on that. So in conclusion, we think there is massive opportunity to work jointly, but we also recognize that some of our cost structures mean that maybe what we should be doing is being more of an enabler, who is the provider of the infrastructure. There's a lot of work that we're looking at, and we'd like to work a lot closer with you and your research organizations, is that we need to be able to increase the density of the wagons, so that the pricing goes down. The denser the commodity in the wagon, the better you are able to do. And there's a lot of investment opportunities around reefer points and terminals, both inland and as well as the coast, and these we are making available on a regular basis. And must say that I really speak for all of us at Transnet when I say that we are really grateful for the relationship that we have with the sector. And that we are able to meet on a fairly regular basis. And the relationship is robust. I mean, we're not pally-pally. Sometimes something comes out and we have a bit of a fight, but ours really, more than anything else, as I showed you that slide, we understand that it is really crucial that we bring to bear all of the assets that we have in helping to support the sector and its growth, not just in your interest, but also in our interest as South Africans. Thank you very much.
Mr. Darby, it's a huge privilege to have you at Agri Sa Congres, addressing the Congress on such an important part of infrastructure like Transnet. There's a lot of challenges, as we can see, that we have to overcome, but within that also a lot of opportunity, and we're looking to open up that opportunities so that we can grow locally. The first challenge is the strike that you have on hand, and I sincerely hope that you can find common ground very soon and resolve the differences on a sustainable manner in terms of the strike, and all of the best with that as well. Now, Congress, the cat is back, and he didn't find the House too out of order with the mouse ruling, and they allow me to proceed, so thank you for that. Then I take the liberty to reshuffle again and ask Jan Oberholster. We will allow you 5 minutes to address Congress, Jan of Eskom, and to speak your heart. What is the challenges that you do have within Eskom? It's absolutely relevant so that we can have a local growth. Jan, you are very welcome, and thank you for the good meeting that we had on Tuesday, and you are welcome to address Congress. Yes, please. And then yeah. And after that, I will ask Kulani, can you come forward in the meantime? And then he will pronounce the panelists, and then we will proceed with the panel discussion. But while we have Jan Oberholster here, we would like to give him the opportunity to address Congress. Thank you so much. Just have the mic back, please, Phineas. Our first Vice President, will you please give a token of appreciation for Portia as well, please? Thank you so much.
Good morning. You didn't tell me I have to speak. I thought I'm only going to sit here. Okay, thanks for the opportunity. I'll try and be very brief. You know, it's a known fact that we in Eskom, that we do have some significant challenges. I'd like to break it down in, say, 3 little buckets. First bucket being generation capacity. And I'm sure you're aware of that with all the load shedding that we unfortunately have to subject the country to. Then there's another issue that is a significant challenge, and that is finance. Again, it's a known fact that we as Eskom, we have 400 billion rand debt. As I checked yesterday, our outstanding debt with some of the top 20 municipalities in the country is now at 50 billion, just over 50 billion. So people using our product, but not paying for that. And then the last issue that for me is quite a big challenge is grid access. And I'll talk a little bit about that now. What do I mean by grid access? So we've got a grid, a transmission grid, a wires business, and we need to get more electrons onto the grid. And how do we actually get access? Now, it's a known fact as well that currently in the country we have anything between 4 to 6 gigawatt of generation capacity that is short. So what the demand is and what we have with a system that is unreliable and unpredictable, and with this I mean the coal fleet, we have a challenge. And then for you, I'm pretty sure you will know that if you don't show respect to your plant, it is amazing the respect that you're getting back. It's incredible, actually. So we haven't shown that respect, and this is why our system is quite unpredictable and unreliable currently. So we are shy. And then also what makes it difficult, people are saying, but you've embarked on reliability, philosophy, maintenance. Why are you not moving forward? Now again, I'm sure you know that you've got to plan an outage for at least 2 years. All the resources need to be available. So it's no use you say you plan an outage, and 2 months before the time, the CFO is saying, okay, how much money you want? Here's the money. It just doesn't work that way. So we do have some challenges to take. We don't have the luxury to have the capacity, or to take that capacity that needs the maintenance of whenever you have to, because it's needed by the country. So it makes it difficult. You know, our production, Diraj Bima, our general manager, I see he's losing now all his hair. He can't get grayer anymore. It is we put a unit on outage, and then whenever we have a tight situation in the country, then we have to bring those units back as soon as possible. So this is what we face currently. We have this 4 to 6 gigawatts of capacity that is short. And I'd like to upfront also say that to deal with this 4 to 6 gigawatt, renewables alone is not going to make the grade. Because why am I saying this? You need base load capacity. So you need some sort of a hybrid model that you will bring renewables as well as, let's assume, and say battery energy storage as well as pump storage, whatever the case may be. Because it's amazing that whenever the wind blows and the sun shines, typically we don't have a challenge to meet the demand. So when you generate those electrons and it's not needed, you have to store it somewhere to use it during the period. So another challenge that we in Eskom that we're facing, and I'm coming now to what are we doing? But I'd like to just give a picture. In the next 12 to 13 years, let's make it a decade and a half, we will be retiring 9 of the coal-fired power plants. So we have 15 of them. If you take Medupi and Kusile out, which we have some significant challenges, make no mistake. So of the 13 that's left, 9 of those we will retire because of age and because of environmental challenges that we do have. So we're going to take off, we've got 40 gigawatts, 40,000 megawatts of generation capacity in the coal fleet. So we're going to take half of that off. So the challenge where we are currently in terms of the crisis that we have to deal with the crisis, it is important to understand that we must, in parallel, think about the future. So it's no use we deal with the crisis now, and in the next 2-3 years we get the 4 to 6 gigawatts, and then we find ourselves wanting again where we are now. You know, over the last 24 years, or 24 years ago, we made it as Eskom very clear we need additional capacity in the late 90s. For some reason, you know, we did not adhere to that request. So in the late 2000s, we started running out of capacity. And then there was a World Cup, and it was electricity at all cost. And then we wanted to build some more capacity, and unfortunately it did not happen. So we were running our power plant at the utilization of above 80%. And as I'm standing here now, those units that needs a bit of care and maintenance, we're running them 92% utilization. For the same age of power plant in the world, the benchmark is 65%. So over the last 2 decades, we created virtual capacity by running our plant in the red, and we are paying for that now. So this is something that I would just like to emphasize all the time, that yes, we have a crisis that we're dealing with now, but we've got to think now, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, what is needed. So if we look then at this picture, the current deficit we have, and what is going to happen over the next 15 years, that means we've got to implement, if you only talk renewables, 60 gigawatts. Currently, we have 47 installed capacity gigawatts. So in the next 15 years, we have to install 60 gigawatts, and that is only at a growth rate of 2.5%. Now, if you make that 5%, you do the sums yourself. So although we have a significant challenge currently, I believe it's exciting. You know, there is in the next 2 decades, I believe it's the most exciting time that is waiting for us in the energy market to make sure that we fulfill this mandate in the country, to make sure that there is sufficient electricity available. Now, very briefly, what are we doing? So obviously, your focus is there to improve plant performance. To have an energy availability of just below 60% is not acceptable. I'm the first one to say that. But if you look what is happening since 2010, remember what I said, electricity at all cost, it has been coming down from the 80% to where we are now. The indications were very clear that we need additional capacity. that we need money to invest in maintenance. But somehow, granted, we had to invest our money on other issues to build Medupi and Kusile as well as Ngula, and then not to have sufficient finances available to do the maintenance. So we're focusing now on how do we improve plant performance. We're also looking now, we've got 2 units left at Kusile 5 and 6, that needs to come into commercial operation. That was planned for, you're right, that was planned for the middle of next year, Unit 5, as well as Unit 6 by the end of next year. So we had a fire last week in the gas air heater in Kusile Unit 5. I actually personally went into the gas air heater on Monday to have a look at the damage, and that is 12 months. Currently, the indications are we're going to have that 700, nearly 800 megawatts late. So we're still on track to put into commercial operation unit number 6 at Kusile. But so this is a significant challenge that we have. Over and above this, we've got Koeberg. And let me just make it very clear. Koeberg is run very safe. I personally spend a lot of time at Koeberg and with the colleagues. We have a nuclear safety regulation board. It's independent specialists from the world, all over the world. They come twice per annum. Then they do a detailed analysis on how safe to be operated. And every time the feedback is on the table, we operate in Koeberg safe. However, this plant is 37 years old. It was designed for 40 years, and we're in the process now to extend the life by another 20 years. It's 2 units of about 920, make it 1,000 megawatts. So in December now, we will take unit number 1 off, and we've got to replace the steam generators. We talk about 220 days. When that comes back in August, we will take unit number 2 off, and that's another 220 days. So that we're going to have 1,000 megawatts of sustainable electricity not available for a year and about 3 months. So there are some challenges there, but we believe that it's a good decision and investment to extend the life of Koeberg. Then, as we shut down these power stations, you've got the infrastructure there. We will then just transition those power plants and repower and repurpose them. And I believe it's important. Those power stations were designed for 50 years. You can extend it to 60 years. So you have a whole community that is around it. And it's important now to make sure that as we transition to cleaner sources of energy, that we train and develop those communities. Just to finish off. So as Eskom, we then said, okay, what needs to happen now in this next decade and a half? So I've spoken about the 60 gigawatts and the 4 immediately. So we talk just below R1 trillion that need to be invested. I sometimes have difficulty to know how many zeros there are in a trillion, but we have to invest R1 trillion. And then we have to build 8,500 kilometers of transmission lines. And this, for me, is, I believe, the biggest challenge we have in the next decade and a half. You're a farmer. You and your wife or your husband are sitting there every night having a cup of coffee, a glass of wine, whatever the case may be, looking at the sunset, beautiful mountains, trees. And the next day, Eskom stops there with a bakkie and says, "Sir, please, will you sign? We're going to build a line just here." So for me, this is one of the significant challenges that we face. How are we going to obtain the servitudes to build this infrastructure? But for this, we believe we need to put aside 130 billion rand to build this. So over and above the 8,500 kilometers, you've got to install about 12 substations. So again, I believe it's extremely exciting. Just think about all the jobs that we can create. But then, Eskom, we do have some challenges in terms of people that, it took me a long time, to realize that greed is an untreatable disease. So it's another issue that we've got to deal with. And then over and above the 8,500 kilometers of transmission lines, we do have to build another 7,500 distribution lines. So transmission 8.5, distribution 7.5. Now I'm pretty sure what you would like to listen and to hear is what about load shedding? Yeah. Yeah. Whenever I'm in the plane, you know, my wife, I usually put on this mask. And so she said, why are you so stupid? Because you draw the attention to you. Because whenever I sit in a plane, I'll get the remarks, oh, the Prince of Darkness has joined us as well. So, so actually she has a point. But in terms of load shedding, I believe it's here to stay for a period. Up until we have additional capacity that we can fulfill the demand of the country, while at the same time we can give that respect to the plant and maintain it properly, we're going to sit with challenging situation. Now, I'm very reluctant to give a time, because then people will hold me to it. But if you ask me, my gut feel, I would say another year and a half to get out of this. Now, I trust that we will not go through the same situation that we just had, stage 6, and load shedding for a whole month. Now, I don't want to give a lot of information on what happened, but some of it, you know, it's been creativity. Let me just leave it there. You cannot believe that in a time like this, where you have nearly 40% of unemployment, and where you cost the country billions every day when you load shed, people continue to not respect that. And they don't respect the fact that, you know, you actually have a direct impact on the lives of 61 million people of the country. So we're going to go through a tough time as Eskom over the next year and a half. Have I seen an improvement? I believe so. If we have not implemented and given the attention over the last 2 years what we've done, the situation may have been more dire where we are. So I have requested the shareholder, and I spoke to Jaco and Nicole yesterday, on Tuesday as well about it. I believe we need to take a bold step and say we will have, say, a stage 2 load shedding for a period. Everybody can then arrange their lives accordingly, and the farmers as well, make no mistake, and then do the maintenance and whatever we need to do. So, but unfortunately, the situation is not positive currently. And over and above that, you know, colleagues, I'm the first one to say I'm in full support of transformation. There is no doubt about it. If you go and look at my appointments the last 4 years, you will see I support transformation 200%. But if you transform and you don't understand the outcome thereof, you have challenges. Eskom, for some reason, has lost the ability to train and develop people, coaches, mentors, and that's what we're bringing back now. So we have some challenges, and we are stunning people. You know, my colleagues are incredible. You know, they've got the potential, they've got all the talents in the world. But if I take myself, how did I manage to get where I am now with the knowledge and the experience? You know, it's a ladder that you have to climb. And you have to have a coach and a mentor that can take you. So these are all the things that we are putting into place. And make no mistake, the human capital in Eskom is the most important asset. And this is what we need to understand, respect it, and to treat that important asset exactly what it deserves. So that is all on my side that I just briefly wanted to share with yourselves. I'm sure there will be some time for questions. But in any case, thank you so much for your time. And I do apologize for the load shedding. I take my job very serious. I am accountable for the operations of Eskom. I don't shy away from that. So, and also, you know, in the absence of my colleagues in Eskom, especially in the generation environment, I'd like to thank them for the very hard work, the dedication of the Eskom colleagues, also on the wire side of the business. It's very tough. So I would like to pay and tribute to them and say thank you to them in their absence, because they deserve that, believe me. So thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you for your honesty and addressing Congress. And there will be a lot of time for questions after the panel discussion. As long as, while I ask Kulani and the rest of the panel, Anton Potgieter, Wandile Suslobo, and Jan is already here, to come forward, I get this naughty thought when Jan talk about load shedding. And it seems quite comfortable to have a switch here at the desk of the chair when the time is getting constrained, just to flip it to load shedding. I think that could help the chair a lot if he can make use of load shedding when we have time constraints. But nevertheless, it's quite important, and we are thankful to have the panelists and everyone addressing Congress here, and we make time to have proper discussions. So Kulani, Jan make a lot of your work much easier, addressing Congress before the panel discussion. We're looking forward to your panel discussion, Kulani, and we in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicole, and good afternoon to the ladies and gentlemen in the room, as well as those that are watching on our live stream. And welcome to this panel discussion where we will be ventilating on some of the key issues around growing local using sustainable infrastructure. Now, for many of you, I may be a stranger. My name is Kulani Siweya from Agri SA, and I'm excited to be joined by an esteemed panelist today that will be making my life a bit simpler today to kind of ventilate and discuss on these key issues. I am joined by Anton Potgieter, who is the CEO of the logistics group and has been responsible for the handling and transporting and shipping of more than 9 million tons annually since 2019. Welcome, Anton.
Thank you, Kulani.
We're also joined by a man who needs a little introduction, Mr. Wandile Sihlobo, who I affectionately call Umhlekazi wami. We all know Wandile Sihlobo, Chief Economist at AgBiz, as well as the author of the book Finding Common Ground, Land Equity and Agriculture. Umhlekazi, welcome.
Thanks, Mhlekazi.
I will not even proceed to go and speak about Omian, who was just on the stage right now. But just as we kick off, I think it's no secret that an infrastructure, well-functioning infrastructure, is a key to any functioning economy in the world. As soon as an infrastructure network is undermined, that will then have dire impact on the economy, on the living standards, on the living conditions of the population. And I think we've seen broadly what has been happening the last couple of years, even more recently with some of the challenges that have been faced by our colleagues between Eskom and Transnet. But even before we get to all of those challenges, I think it would be just prudent if I can start with you, Mhlekazi wami, if you could just maybe sketch for us just the lay of the land when it comes to the state of agriculture in South Africa.
Yeah, thanks, Kulani, for that. And good morning to all of you colleagues. I think on the state of the agricultural economy, you probably saw in all of the presentations that were put forward today that we have been in a period of good growth over the past couple of years. And I think that growth is driven by a number of things, but two important things that everyone in the hall, I think they would agree on, is that rising productivity has been part of that in South Africa's agriculture. And I think the second part is on the exports, which have been part of that. We're now sitting as a country that is exporting roughly 51% of what we produce in value terms. And last year, that was a record $12.4 billion. So we did fairly well with all of the challenges that Ms. Portia Debbie was outlining. We were able at least to move up some volumes. And that was not a record only in value terms, but it was also a record in volume terms that we were able to push out to the sector. So I would say we are sitting at least at that macro level in a relatively better picture. But of course, we do have a number of challenges as South Africa's agriculture. And I think some of them will be ventilated as the day proceeds. We have challenges on biosecurity that I think we continue to struggle with. We're seeing rising protectionism in the global space that I think is also something that we will need to focus on. And of course, the logistics and all of the network industries, electricity, water, and the others that have been outlined. But I would say if you were to look just broadly, we are still a very healthy sector that we're in, and the rainfall and everything else has really blessed us on that. And I would close this point off to say, looking at all of this, it's not like this the growth that was centered maybe on grain or on fruits or livestock. I would say broadly all of these subsectors, they've done well. Even though many of our colleagues in the grain space that I hear, they probably smiling far better than the citrus because the prices have been better for them. And I think they managed to cope to a certain extent better with these rising input costs that all of us we've seen.
Thanks, Mhlekazi. And I'm glad that as you were painting the picture of just the positive footing that the sector finds itself, you were also quite honest in mentioning that there's still challenges that the sector faces. Despite the positives that we've seen, there's still some headwinds that we still need to grapple with. I remember earlier in the year, Agri SA was in the forefront of a big media drive highlighting just the dire impact of the bad road conditions in South Africa. And in a survey that was attached to that particular conversation, we found that 94% of the participants were mentioning that close to 98% of their produce is moving on roads. And that's because of challenges that has been faced on the rail side of things. But with that being said, maybe let me just pull in Anton to say, from your side as a practitioner, we've heard from Ms. Portia Derby, we've heard some of the initiatives and programs that they are embarking on. But on your side, what are the practical things that you are doing to kind of aid the situation, particularly of getting all the cargo away from the road and back to the rail, given that that is the main concern and the main conversation that is happening from the agricultural point of view. But adding on to that, is there any form of support that you need, and from who exactly?
Yeah, thanks, Kulani. Good afternoon, everybody. I think we're privileged to sit here and have probably the two most important people in the country in the room with us. They head up the largest infrastructure networks on the continent, and in Portia's case, it's top 10 in the world. That's how big it is. And I think we criticize because we've lost patience, but these people do an amazing job. And I would just like to applaud both of them for what they do for this country. Thank you. To get back to the practicality of it is that we're very excited about the announcements that Portia has made as an industry and as a rail operator ourselves. I think the preamble to that was, and we need to applaud that Portia and the board has now taken the decision to open up this massive railway network to private operators. And that's positive and it's exciting. And we attended the briefing. It was on the 1st of April, 2nd of April. It was well attended. Industry is excited about the slot sales. So basically there was 6 slots to Durban available from Joburg and then to East London. Durban was especially interesting. There's roughly about 5,000 trucks on that N3 on a daily basis. So it's very lucrative. For us, the biggest hurdle there was basically there was the grandfather rights, so you can't really compete with Transnet for their customers. You had to accept the integrity of the rail network on a foot-to-foot basis. You had to operate electric locos because of the tunnels. We say diesel going forward. Portia also mentioned it. With the cable theft, you don't want a stop-start situation. Another hurdle for us was rail is extremely expensive. Sure. Extremely. We'll get to that now, where you then reliant in the port on TPT, which is not functioning very well at the moment, to offload your heavy asset. It's all about efficiencies. That loco must, in a way, never even switch off. It must turn around. And I think, these are hurdles that we will, sit down around the table, and it's hurdles that we can iron out. The biggest hurdle currently that we have is that typically like a slot. One slot, you need one scheduled daily slot. You will need 3 train sets. A train set, typically what we operate is 2 locos, 50 wagons that pulls 3,000 tons. One of those sets, second-hand, refurbished, will cost you about 150, 160 million. I'm not even talking about new. So for you to operate one slot will cost you roughly about $500 million. It's a lot of money even for private sector. So, but the advantage is that we've got proper network and infrastructure. But the terms at the moment is 2-year term. I wish I could make 500 million in 2 years. But obviously, I think the idea was from Transnet side is for idle, for idle rolling stock to operate. But we have rolling stock in Tanzania, Zambia, Mozambique. There's no idle rolling stock available I don't think on the continent. Everything is at capacity, mostly doing commodities. On the mining side, your iron ore, there's a massive drive for copper on the copper belt. Portia showing you, her graphs clearly showed it's iron ore, it's chrome, it's magnetite, and all of those volumes. So rolling stock, there isn't any available rolling stock. So you would need to go put down that 500 million and then start operating the 2-year tenure. There won't be a payback on that. So I think those are the hurdles on the slot sales, but that's all of those hurdles we can sit down. For the first time ever, Transnet is open, which is great, and we must applaud them for that. On the branch lines that Portia also clearly showed is that Transnet actually sits with, in excess, Portia can correct me, but in excess of 30,000 kilometers of rail track and about 20,000 kilometers of rail corridor in South Africa, and that's top 10 in the whole world. It's an amazing stat. But but Transnet currently is probably utilizing about 5,000 to 7,000 kilometers of that rail line. So there's this massive branch line network that is sitting in the Platteland that could be utilized. They have now opened that door as well for us. The first concession is Kakamas. We can operate a train from Kakamas to Uppington. We had a look at it. We handle a lot of fruit through our subsidiary FBT. So it's very lucrative if you can rail 3,000 tons of refrigerated grapes from Kakamas. But the problem will be if you get to Uppington and then Deere to join the main lines to go to the port, there's no slot cells there. So then you would need to go on a hook and haul system and rely on Transnet then to take over your wagons, and your locals will go fetch again. But on the current constrained capacities, cable theft, ports, and all of that, how will that perishable cargo actually get to the port? It's out of my hands. And how must I guarantee a service to my customer? So those are the issues. We are excited. We operate in Africa. There the model has worked where they opened up. I think from my side, my wish list, and if you ask how can we do it and what assistance do we need, I say it's not an issue of, my point of view is that it's the environment and the system that we're operating in. That's the problem. Transnet is not the problem. Portia's doing a great job of turning Transnet around, and I applaud her and support her on that. It's this whole system that we need to function in. If you go look back at when they decided to open the doors, the draft policy, there was a draft policy drafted in 2009 that advised them to open the network. That policy went through Parliament in May this year. So surely we can't wait 13 years for low-hanging fruit. So it's not, just to get back to the point, it's not Transnet, it's the system. It's this bureaucratic system where you get policies, permits, RFQs, RFIs, and it takes 13 years. And that's frustrating. And if we can change that to a system where we, it's almost where you can say, we need to build this plane while we're flying. We live in a new world where you swipe left, right, up, and down. You can't spend 13 years on bureaucracy. So let's adapt to that new world where we say, let's open 33,000 kilometers railway line. Open up to anybody that's got a safety permit and rolling stock. You book, you swipe left, you book a slot. I go on the line, I pay Portia per kilometer per freight ton. And I think she'll make more money than, when there's 10 or 20 of these operators on these lines, and she's maybe doing on her own, but that's debatable. But yeah, but that's how we see it. Is instead of going the old school way of, sector for sector, Kakamas to Uppington, let's open the whole thing and get on a system where we say swipe left, swipe right, safety regulator, permits in issue, let's roll. Let's go for it. And that will unlock it. But then as we said, it's not Transnet. It's this whole system that we all operate in that needs to change.
Understandable.
But let's do it because, I mean, at this time of the day, what we got to lose?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I mean, one of the comments that I heard from one of the farmers is that the biggest frustration they have is that they put their cow, or cattle onto a line, but it gets to the other side as biltong. And this just speaks of just the inefficiencies around the system itself that you're speaking to. But one key takeaway I'm getting from the message is that there is now a positive sentiment of joint partnership between the government and all entire stakeholders, you know, and that's quite encouraging.
It is.
And
the first time ever, the door's open.
Yeah. And I think just based on that very same principle, maybe let me just bring Uwamiyan into this conversation as well. I know he's mentioned some of just the initiatives that they've been doing from ESCOM to kind of abate the situation as it stands. But I'd just like to hone in particularly to the agricultural sector. Do you see a potential, a possibility, an opportunity for the agricultural sector to actively participate in the generation of energy? And what are you doing as ESCOM, if anything, to have the agricultural sector alleviate the pressure away from ESCOM?
Thanks. Anton, perhaps just a response. Portia, what worked for us was this crisis. What has helped us now tremendously is the PFMA requirements and a national treasury ridiculous requirement has now been set aside to see how we can move forward and have a more agile system. So it worked for us. We had a meeting on Tuesday afternoon with the colleagues, and even you, the boer, because Monde Bale, the group exec for distribution, he came to my office quickly and he called me. He said, "The boere are here." And the first guy I walked in. So he's now the boer for me.
Congratulations.
And I'm Uwamiyan for him. So after the meeting, and the meeting was basically to discuss a few things, and one being the issue of load reduction, and to understand what the negative impact is on yourselves, and how can we deal with the situation. And yesterday I had quite a lot of time to be on my back and think. And one of the things that I thought is, as Eskom distribution specifically, I do not believe we close enough to the sector. And I really believe this is what we need to do to understand your requirements, your needs much better. Now, I spoke to Monde afterwards on Tuesday late afternoon, and I said, how can we assist more? And he said, what we are doing currently is to see how, whenever possible, to see how we can not implement load shedding to yourselves, where it's Eskom can actually do that, where we have that switch in our hand. But these are isolated incidents, and I believe that we need to have a focused approach with yourselves. I really believe so. And see how we can get together, understand you much better, and that you understand us much better. And let's see if collectively we can find a better solution which will contribute to yourselves and ourselves. So that's the one thing that I wanted to comment. The second one, the embedded generation. Again, I believe it's something that we as Eskom are not driving actively. Now, again, one can say, but Eskom, are you making policy or are you just implementing policy? So often people are saying, Eskom, you the supplier of last resort. But we don't make policy, we implement policy. The policy is made by the Department of Minerals and Energy. And again, in terms of this embedded generation, where some of the farmers do have some PV systems, and when you don't need it, and maybe Eskom needs it, how can you feed back into our system and that we can utilize it? Because as you know and I know, all resources are scarce. So I have requested Monde and his team to actively look at this, and I said to them, I will join them to go and see NERSA, because we are waiting for a tariff. This is what we're waiting for. But I don't believe we are pushing it hard enough. And if it's necessary, I believe we can use a NAT joint, this crisis committee, now, and get that through as well, and get that urgency on the NERSA side as well.
Yeah. I think one thing I noticed as you were speaking, particularly around just the mitigation for the agricultural sector, there were a whole lot of smiles that came up with that if you're going to introduce that switch. So I think the community is happy with that kind of initiative. And I think I speak well for everyone here to say that even in just your project of kind of coming to understand the agricultural sector and the requirements thereof, you definitely have the buy-in of the sector to assist you in that regard and the support from there.
Thank you.
Yeah, but at this moment, I'd like to open up maybe to the floor for a question or two. I know there've been people who've been having burning questions. There are roving mics around. If there's maybe anyone on the platform who would like to ask a question. I see a hand here.
Can I speak? Someone else. I listened to all the people, and Jan just said something of interest. And that is the policy makers do not know what they are doing. They are not capable, they don't know how the operations work, and that is politics. I think if we can get politics out of the operational side of the economy, we'll do much better than we are doing now.
Thank you, Chair Jan Kempenel, Jacobsdal. 'n Vraagie daarso spesifiek aan Eskom. Hoekom kyk Eskom so min na kernkrag? Ek het nie gehoor jy noem kernkrag per se hierso nie. Ek dink die wêreld is baie meer wakker oor kernkrag as onsself. En die groenes is nie so erg daarso nie. Dan die volgende spesifieke bekommernis oor kernkrag ook is dan nie oor kernkrag nie, oor Eskom is hoe gaan Eskom optree teenoor die onkapabelheid van die ou wat die krag by my as verbruiker moet uitkry. Ek het self by Eskom gewerk jare lank en ons tyd was so gou as moontlik sit jy dooie lyne af en jy kry die lewendiges terug. Dit is die afgelope paar jaar glad nie meer 'n norm nie. As 'n lyn dood, los hulle hom eerder vir 'n tyd lank. Hulle verkoop nie meer die krag wat veronderstel was om verkoop te word nie. So, dis 'n tweeledige ding. Die ou wat die krag moet voorsien, namens Eskom, het nie die vermoë om dit te doen nie, en ek as verbruiker kan nie die krag koop nie, so ek het nie 'n produk om voor te betaal nie. Dankie.
Right, would you like to take that while we find the last question? No. Can we get the mic on stage activated? Okay. No?
Can I continue?
Hello.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm Pieter Abrecht from Limpopo. I'm actually from that small town that Bosha promised us we're going to get a new line to Pinas Rivier, the first one, the top one, top priority. Now actually I just want to make a question statement, and that is, why is it so slow and the private partner participation? Why is it so not attractive to investors? Why don't we speed up the process? Because we're not at 5 to 12, we're now 10 past 12. And that is our problem. And Anton, I just want to ask you also, why aren't we looking at other opportunities while we're busy working on our infrastructure, try to improve it? Why not looking at other opportunities like Maputo, and we have Walvis Bay, and make a workable, feasible project of it, so we can have time, we can buy time from that. And yes, thank you. That's my question.
Okay. Maybe let me just allow maybe Anton to respond to that, yeah.
Thanks, Kulani. Yeah, thanks for the question. Ourselves, we are actually in Walvis Bay. We're in Maputo. We went to Mozambique 1996. We've been there ever since. And we've seen that port grown. You know, sometimes, unfortunately, something first have to break, and then was fixed. Maputo port was fixed in the early 2000s. Got in private sector people in DP World. Granot was a partner there. And today, they're basically at limits. Unfortunately, to the cost of South Africa incorporated, because that's all the Richards Bay volumes that is shifted to Maputo. But as a private sector player, you know, we like water. You follow the path of least resistance, and we will get the biggest returns. So we've gained a lot of experience across the border, and we've done well. It's much more challenging operating across the border. That's for sure. So we are very keen and eager to start operating within our borders in these capabilities that we've got, because, I mean, Tanzania, Zambia, we've been all over Congo. There's not even 5% of the infrastructure we got here. So the potential is there. We just need to flip the switch, excuse the pun, Jan, but yeah, that's what we need to do. So we are looking, and I mean, there's a new RFQ out for Buche Bay. That's a potential Northern Cape. So it is coming, but as you said, it's just, and I think we're all alluding to it, the system is too slow. The operators is capable and agile. It's this whole policy. We don't make the policies. We just need to implement it, and that's the issue.
Okay, thanks. Omjan, would you like to take the question?
Yeah, I will. On the nuclear, as Eskom, we are very pro-nuclear, absolutely. We are currently looking at small modular reactors. I had the privilege to visit 2 or 3 manufacturers in the world to have a look at that, because you know, with the repurposing and repowering of these power stations that we are closing down, I believe that's ideal to implement it there, because you have a safety radius of 500 meters, and it's very, very safe. So you don't need a big space. And so we as Eskom, we're very pro, and I know the Department of Minerals and Energy as well. So we are currently looking. The big ones are extremely expensive. However, again, I was very privileged now in August to visit South Korea, and I went to a site, construction site, where they're building the big ones, the pressurized water reactors in 8 years. They built a power station in 8 years, so it is possible. So just to give that feedback, definitely we're pro. Then on the question of response, I'll talk for internal. Again, I believe it's a competency challenge, although there's another challenge that we have. We clamp down on overtime, because it's amazing. You know, the only time that these things are getting attention to is typically on a Sunday or whenever it's overtime. So we have clamped down on that, so we have received a little bit of negative backlash. But we're trying our utmost now to try and develop skill, and also to deal with the issue of morale. And that people understand that if a line is down, exactly what you were saying, for 5 hours, and it was supposed to come back in half an hour, it's a loss of revenue. And our internal colleagues, myself included, on the 26th of the month is getting a salary. And that depends on exactly what you're talking about. So it is really a challenge that we are sitting with and we're facing, but it's a known challenge, and we are dealing with that. And I know I'm getting quite frequently WhatsApp from you, so I do. Thanks.
Thanks. We'll just take one more question at the back.
Yes, good afternoon, colleagues. My question is that I'm David Boshoff, representing the animal feed manufacturers, agro-processing side of the agricultural industry. Mr. Oberholzer, just a question to yourself. Could you've elaborated a little bit on the bureaucracy and the red tape holding the process back. Can you perhaps just, for the clarity of the crowd, just allude a little bit more on the distinction between, can I say, city councils versus direct Eskom lines? Because we are in the process of talking to Eskom. We manufacture feed, 80-20 split. 80% of our factories are in municipal areas, and we try to get that outside that municipal areas on a more direct line to look at perhaps better curtailing of power than load shedding. If you could perhaps just give us that distinction between municipal versus direct ESCOM, and we know about that. You can also perhaps just give us an update on the Salga case, which is in the news. Thank you so much.
Why the easy question? Let me deal with, I'm not going to elaborate on what the Munichs are doing. Let me use a metaphor of a car. If you have a certain vehicle, that manufacturer is going to tell you this is the way you maintain it. If you want to do any extension to this vehicle or this piece of equipment, this is the way you're going to do it. The people that you need to look after it must be these qualified people. Whenever you need to implement a piece of equipment or a piece of material, this is what you need to install. Now, the rules and regulations that has been a very difficult thing to deal with recently, or since I rejoined ESCOM, was you had rules and regulations and procedures that prohibited exactly what I was talking about. And so you then had people working on your piece of plant that were not qualified. You installed material and pieces of plant that was, and it's catching you now. So this is what I meant earlier by these were the PFMA and National Treasury requirements that we had to follow. So you had to take the cheapest. You know, it's the same, we've got a construction company, ERI, Eskom Roading Industries, and we have hamstrung them so much that if they, a construction company, want to replace a tire, they need to get 3 quotes. Now, believe it or not, this is how ridiculous it has become. But the Nat Joints has helped us to deal with this in a much better way. So you can actually approach now those suppliers and those of products as well as services to install and help you. Now, in terms of building a line, we as ESCOM, we have our own internal inefficiencies, make no mistake. We're aware of that and we're trying our best to deal with that. We also have some challenges in terms of reaction times when some of the customers are coming and applying for new applications. So we're aware of that and we're trying our best to deal with that. Now, there is nothing at this point in time that must prohibit you to get a service that you deserve. So if you don't get it, I believe the majority of the time it will be inefficiencies within the ESCOM system. Now, how it works in the municipality, you would please excuse me, but I'm not going to comment on that. I'm just commenting on the ESCOM side. I was a district manager many years ago when I started my career in ESCOM in 1986. And at the time when we arrived there, it took I think it was 212 days on average to connect the customer. And this is why ESCOM at the time created districts, that you were close to your customer, you understand your customer, you had that interaction and interface and relationship with the customer. When I left 2.5 years later, that went down to 27 days. So that's the point that I'm trying to make. It is too easy to say, you know, this is what the rule is saying, this is what. I believe that we are actually not standing back and saying, how can we do this faster? So I believe there are ways and means of doing it. Now, in terms of Salga, it remains a challenge. Can I just leave it there? It remains a challenge. A big challenge.
Yeah, I think we can spend the whole day opening up for questions, and I know there's a whole lot of burning questions, but unfortunately, because of time constraints, we will need to end it here. And no, it's not because of load shedding. There's no schedule for today. But in closing, maybe I'd just like to give our panelists a closing remark, but I'll start with Untlekaziwam to say we've heard from Anton, we've heard from Uyan. We know the conversations that are happening around the master plan, and we've seen the report from BFAP. But from your side, and I know that you've been actively involved in some of these conversations, is there any light that you are taking forward with this, from this conversation? Where do you see the opportunity? And I don't know, just sketch us into maybe closing into this whole conversation.
Yeah, I think I would close with one point, which is what Jan was talking about, saying he wants to work closely with agriculture. And I think the interface agreement that AgBiz and Transnet are having is such a blueprint. Yeah. Because I think AgBiz, Agri SA, ESCOM can strike such an agreement, and it covers all of these things that I think the sector need. And you will also get to have an intimate understanding of points that Divet was raising at the back. Where are the hotspots? What are the issues in agriculture? And I think that can open a space for us. So I think let's study what we have done with Transnet, and let's see if we can do something like that with ESCOM.
Thank you, Mhlegas. Antoine, would you like to make a closing remark?
Yeah, I think agriculture, besides mining, is probably the biggest industry that we're involved in personally. So we would love to take hands with Transnet to that door that's now open to actually get it practical and not sit here in 13 years when we're all old men, but actually to get private trains on those tracks and service the communities. Sure. Yes.
Happiness. Well, Jan, I'll leave the last word to you.
Yeah, thanks. As ESCOM, we fully understand as a leadership, and I believe I'm speaking for all my colleagues, we fully understand the mandate that we have towards a sustainable electricity supply to the country. Make no mistake, we understand it and we take it serious. We do have some challenges. We're trying to deal best we can. But to come back to this sector, I give a commitment today that I will ensure that my colleagues are getting closer to yourselves, and that commitment I've already received from the managing director of the distribution business to see how together we can take hands and make a success moving forward. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we respect you. Make no mistake, as ESCOM, we respect you 200%.
Thank you so much, Kulani. Agri SA want to state to Transnet, to Porsche, to ESCOM, to Jan, that we want to be part of the solution, not only part of the criticism. We want to take hands and contribute in ideas, business solutions, and action, and support constructive, sustainable action, although it might cause pain on the short term. Maybe it's time to have an internal discussion on a permanent stage 2, if it can be aligned with timelines, with certain progress in terms of maintenance, and to avoid stage 6 load shedding in future. So it's something that we have to discuss within ourselves and see how we can contribute more to be helping on economic growth in South Africa and working together with this very important infrastructure sectors in South Africa. Thank you so much, and thank you, Kulani.
Thank you.
Now, President, the cat, it was quite fun to play in your workplace, but I find it still hard to get the job done. So therefore, I want to give the chairmanship back to you, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Dit voel nou soos 'n huis waar oupa en 'n ouma inkom en hulle speel met die kinders en net as die kinders moeilikheid het, dan gee hulle dit terug vir die pa en die ma. Voel amper soos dieselfde. Ons is terug, ek glo, by ons eerste tema en dan ek wil dan graag vir ons sprekers daar na vore roep, Dr. John Purchase, Gwena Mukape, as well as Dr. Tracy Davis and Christu, who will lead this conversation. Thanks very much, Christu.
Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on his farm, he had some cows with a moo-moo here and a moo-moo there. Chicks chirped and ducks quacked. Pigs oink-oinked and sheep baa-baaed. Vines shot up and fruit trees grew. Old MacDonald had a farm, and he farmed the way that farmers did, with a horse and a plow that he kept in a shed. But the world grew bigger and there were more mouths to feed. He knew he had to meet the need. So old MacDonald technologized. He learned new ways to farm the land and found out what the factories planned. And now he wakes up every day to feed you and you and you. Because old MacDonald has a farm. And that's just what farmers do. GWK, feeding the people who feed the people.
Wat verloop. Ek gaan vir Andre Vlagger van Dominet gou 'n kans gee om vir julle te verduidelik hoe gaan dit werk. En dan gaan ons het nodig om net een proefloopie te doen om seker te maak die stelsel registreer almal en dan is ons reg om te stem net na ete. Op hierdie stadium blyk dit of dit 'n baie kort stem gaan wees na ete. Dit lyk of ons net in een kamer gaan stem. So as daar nog nominasies is wat wil deurkom, ek sal dit graag ook wil sluit op 1 uur se kant op die laaste. So dan is ons reg om te gaan. Just to repeat, Andre Vlagger van Lumi is going to quickly just explain the device and the voting procedure, and we will do a very quick run in the background while the panel proceeds. And then we're all set to continue with the vote after lunch. At present, it seems like it's going to be a very short vote. So if there are still nominations that wants to be put forward, I would like to have them before 1 o'clock because that's when I'm going to close it. And then we'll vote immediately after lunch. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Alvain, and good afternoon to everybody, to the board, to the audience. Welcome. So for those of you that are present and entitled to vote, in your pouches you would have received a smart card that looks something like this. And then during tea you would have received a handset that looks something like this. If you don't have one or the other, please come and see us during lunch so that we can make sure that everybody has what they require to vote. For those of you that currently do have them, please make sure that you have the card with a gold chip facing you. Slot it into the top of the handset, and then you'll see a welcome message appear and your name at the top of the screen. We have already opened the vote. You'll see that some of the choices are duplicates. It's just a mock vote that we're doing. The reason why we've set up so many is you need to choose anywhere from 1 to 3 choices. So to do that, you'll use the blue trackball in the middle to scroll through the list. When you find one that you want to choose, press the blue button, and you'll see an X against your first candidate choice. You can then keep scrolling, press the button again, you'll see a second X, and you can go up until 3 choices. You can't do any more than 3 choices. It won't allow you to. If you push the red button, it clears all your choices, not just your last one. It will clear all of them, so you'll start from scratch. Once you've made your choices, whether it be just 1 choice, 2 choices, or the maximum 3 choices, press the send button, and then you'll see which ones, well, mine, I'm not registered to vote, hence I get that error. But you'll see the 3 choices that you've made up on your screen. Once you've done that, you're done. Finished, you can put the handset down, your voting is complete. We will leave this test vote open for a while. If you are struggling with your handset, if your handset's not responding, please come and see either myself or Benny at the back of the room, and we can just swap out your handset. The card is the important piece that you need to have. At the end of the day, and this is very crucial because otherwise we're going to have issues tomorrow. At the end of the day, please take the card out, put it back in your pouch, and then leave the handset on the table, and then you can leave the room. Please don't leave your card in the handset and forget about it. Otherwise, you are going to come looking for us tomorrow for a new card. But please also leave the handsets on the table when you're done. The battery will run out, and if you leave the venue, the alarm, or too far from the venue, the alarm will go off. And you'll have a very annoying alarm that you can't switch off. So handset stays in the venue, card moves around with you. If there are any questions or problems or concerns, please come and see myself or Benny at the back of the room, and we are happy to help you out. And we'll leave the vote open while the panel discussion is happening. Thank you.
So, colleagues, thanks. I think we have come quite far today. It was quite a nerve-wracking exercise this morning, but we're almost at lunch. So our discussion will focus on the agricultural agro-processing master plan. And we are privileged here today to have Dr. John Purchase, also former head of Agbis. We've also got Dr. Victor Pendisa. He is in the place of the DG Ramasore, who had unfortunately leave for the airport. And that we also have Dr. Tracy Davids from BFAP. So yes, it's the ideas that we discuss. What is this plan all about? How do we then make sure that this plan gets implemented? And obviously, there are also concerns about the plan, and how do we address that? So let me ask Dr. Purchase. You've said earlier that you want to show us a few slides. Please, you are welcome to proceed.
Yeah, thanks, Christo, and good afternoon to everyone, to the President, Deputy Presidents, and all the delegates and friends, colleagues here today. It's really good to see so many people that one knows and that are such leaders in the industry. It's a privilege for the invitation, so thanks very much for that. Christo asked me to speak on the agriculture, I'm just going to call it AAMP, and you know what that is for. And it forms part of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan by government, obviously following COVID, etc., and the economic situation that the country finds itself in. He asked me to give context, firstly, to the discussions. Now I've just got to get this going. Someone is changing. Context to the development of the master plan. For the key sectors of master plans for the key sectors, including AAMP. I'll just give you a brief synopsis of the development process of the AAMP and then the focus areas of AAMP. So if we start, we've got to start and look what happened around 2018, because this was when it all started. And this slide by BFAP in 2018 actually already captured it. And it was but before this slide which captured it, we were already seeing the signs of that flat line after 2018, and we needed to bend that curve upwards. Already 2018, we knew we were in trouble in agriculture, that the growth prospects were minimal. Mr. Rolf Meyer phoned me in July 2018 for an appointment. We sat down and he said, Dr. Johan van Zyl from Toyota International has got a plan, and he wants to take agriculture with him. They already had a plan in the motor industry, as you will remember, and he wanted to take agriculture and the motor plan to the president. So we first had an engagement because they had contact with Minister Dlamini Zuma. She was the minister in the presidency at that stage, and I said to him that we can't do this alone. We need to take Agri SA with us. I phoned Dan Creek, who was president at that stage, and he and I and Francois Strydom attended the meeting in the union buildings. We did the presentations, both from the motor industry and from agriculture, to her. She and the DG were very excited about what they saw and heard, and she immediately said, I want the president to hear this within a week. I thought that this was ambitious. But it was that next Monday, I was down at SATI. On my way to the airport, they phoned. They said the next day, you've got to present to the president. And you've got 15 minutes. Now, how do you sell agriculture in 15 minutes? But the president loves agriculture. And he asked me a question on every slide, and we must have spent at least an hour on the basis of this. And there he said, and this was the genesis of the whole thing of master plans, etc. He said, three things. I'll never forget it. He says, I want a public-private partnership, I want a 5-year plan, and I don't want a Zimbabwe slip. Now that says a lot, just those three things. And then we started, and then PPGI started with Minister Roelfmeyer, or Mr. Roelfmeyer, and Dr. Johan van Zyl from Toyota International. Other industries heard about this and they climbed into the bandwagon. PPGI was established. Approximately 20 industries then got involved in this process. From the agricultural sector, we formed a core steering group, and I want to give very due recognition to this because this was a long, difficult process and people stuck to their guns with this. And Janette de Villiers and Leona Archery assisted me immeasurably in driving this. Leona was a former DG of Department of Land Reform and Rural Development. We got to know her very well through NAREC. She was then getting involved with PPGI, and obviously Jannie was with Grain SA and Agri SA. And we started driving this process. Then government changed tack in this process. Government changed tack in this process, and they moved the process firstly to one or two other places. We objected. Then they moved it to DTIC under Minister Patel and to the PMO, with Rudy Dix being the leader of this process. It's very important to understand the context and where it sits. It sits in the PMO of the presidency. That's how important it is deemed. They changed tack to change the process of these PPPs to a more social compact situation in terms of NEDLAC type of process with labor, with community, etc. Fortunately, we had experience of NEDLAC and we could accommodate that process. The meeting of 25 October, and Jannie and Leona were part of that meeting, presented new challenges because we knew that with labor coming in, there's going to be a different dimension to this, and also with community and also with emerging agricultural business coming into it. We had to then also, it was starting to gel in terms of how we were going to do these negotiations or get a consensus-driven plan. We called a meeting, I think it was in January 2019, and we started organizing in the different value chains. We actually had it, the horticulture sector, the grains sector, and the livestock sector, and then we also had it into different groups. But we followed a value chain approach, very important because we wanted to look at two words, inclusive growth. That was the motto of the whole thing. We had to grow agriculture and we had to make it more inclusive. If you look at what happened in the NDP of 2012, our failures were not in the commercial agriculture side, it was on the development side. And we had to have a strong focus also on development, but we also had to find new markets for our products. That was probably one of the core issues that we had to look at. It's come up in many of the discussions today, is finding new products or new markets for our products. You guys are damn good producers and damn good agribusinesses here. You're competitive in practically everything we do. If we get the network industries contributing to their part of the competitiveness, we can beat anybody in the world. And I say that very emphatically. But we've got to work as a team. Private sector, the SOEs, government, and government is just as important, and the developing sector. And that's why we also at Leona, because we were establishing AGDA, the Agricultural Development Agency, at that stage, where we could play a greater role, a united role in developing that. So all these things form part of this process. I think it's just important that we understand the context of where this came from. And perhaps I must just, just to say, there were difficult meetings with the Department of Agriculture for nearly a year and a half, but it was also the start of COVID, and it was a to and fro. And we discussed it with the minister. She changed tack on the process. And she then said, she had brought in Professor Korbo as the facilitator, and she made the NMC the coordinators, and she brought in CRED from Johannesburg University and BFAP, very importantly, also into the process as our resource situation into this. And those were very important decisions, and we must give her a lot of credit. It's a pity she's not here, but she saw what was happening and did the right thing at that stage. So we just need to give that credit to her. Okay, then we started moving forward, and I want to just read, and I'm sorry I can't see that here. Because my thing is frozen, yeah. But if you can read there, the president in many forums indicated what the goal of the master plans is. And I think we must keep on taking our cue from what the president said at the investment forum, in the SONAs, etc., around master plans. And he said, we are on a path of removing impediments and constraints to inclusive growth. We have embarked on a path that is illuminated by policy certainty and regulatory certainty, fiscal responsibility, and decisive interventions to stimulate economic activity. And you can read the rest there, and obviously the agriculture and agro-processing master plan is included, and obviously they will ensure that infrastructure, skills, incentives, and other resources are directed to where they have the biggest impact. And we must keep this in mind because we have not concluded the full master plan. We're probably 80% there with phase one. Yes, we've signed off. There are outstanding issues. But this remains a guiding principle for us from the president. And I think we must take that to heart in going forward. So just on the development process, obviously, these are the social partners that we had to include. As I said, Delrad appointed NAMC, business organization I alluded to. We had the value chain deep dives by BFAP, which were critical to this process. Because I won't call it the failure. The NDP is still a very good document, but it never had an implementation plan, never went into the specifics and the targets, really. And we had to take that as a basis and build on that in the process. We did say that what was not negotiable was that it had to be market-driven. It had to be a market-driven, evidence-based approach that we followed to ensure, firstly, growth, competitiveness, and greater inclusivity in the process, and essentially inclusive growth. So we had a whole coordination and negotiation structure, strong structure, in which Christo himself was heading up one of the groups around human capital. A couple of you are sitting here were involved in these processes. And we could take on a structured basis, in very robust engagement, we could take this process forward, facilitated, I think, very ably by Professor Corbel. Then just the focus areas. We must understand there's a vision to this. I'm not going to read the vision, but the vision actually tells you all that there is to the master plan. Then out of this master plan, there are specific objectives. They are listed there. I think I'm going to go over my 10 minutes, and I don't want to do that. All the objectives are listed there. Krista has the plan. Each one of you should have the plan and understand at least what the objectives is. We organize those objectives into 6 pillars, and perhaps those we can read. Reducing policy ambiguities and creating an investment-friendly environment. Investing in and maintaining and enabling infrastructure critical to industry, such as electricity, roads, rail, ports, etc., exactly as we've been discussing. Providing comprehensive farmer assistance, development finance, R&D, extension services, etc. Improving food security and increasing production and employment and ensuring employment decency and employment inclusivity, but also farmer inclusivity in the process. Facilitating market expansion, improving market access, and promoting trade. When I had a meeting with Minister Patel last week, exactly on the market expansion and market access issues. And improving localized food production, reducing imports and expanding agro-processing imports. My colleague Wandile Sixrobe has a beautiful graph of how our exports have grown to $12.5 billion US. Now multiply that by 18 odd exchange rate, and you'll get to over 200 billion rand in terms of our exports. Our imports also grew to 2011, and since then have actually declined because we're producing import substitution already. So our trade balance is positive to the extent of over $6 billion US dollars. Multiply that again by 18 and you get to over 100 billion rand positive trade balance. Talk of real economic injection into the economy. So these are the type of things that are really critical to us. And if you want to summarize it, you can summarize it in all there with the 6 pillars. Under each pillar there are different targeted commitments that we make under land, water, labor conditions, transformation, under infrastructure, etc. These have all come out, and I'm not going to go into this detail. But there's an enormous amount of work that informs this as a summary, and Tracy could expand on that. And then at the bottom, at the yellow, we have specific targets that weren't thumbsucked. These were also developed out of the policy work and the modelling work that BFAP did. So I think I can leave it there. I hope that gives you a sense of the process and what it entails. It has been a difficult process, but we do need to get onto one page. We do need to build social cohesion, and we do need to get development also going in South Africa. Thank you.
Thanks, John, for a very insightful overview. But, Dr. Victor, you know, we've had NDP, we had Pakisa, we had all kinds of other plans prior to that, and now we've got the AMP. You know, I get a sense that we're very good at making plans. What is your idea, your vision going forward in terms of implementing?
Thanks. Am I audible?
Yeah.
I am. Thanks, Chair. Probably greetings first to the President and membership of Agri SA, His Excellency the President in absentia, Honorable Minister, Didiza, and captains of the industry. All protocols observed. My name is Matloredi. Tindisa, not Didiza. No relations with the Minister. I am requested here to replace the DG, who unfortunately could not be here because he has to rush to the airport. And I wish I was Dr. Patches, having prepared. So I'm flying blind, but definitely not solo. There are colleagues here from the department. They promised me to come and sit here. Difficult questions, they will then be able to give a cogent response. In response to your question, Chair, I am going to avoid reiterating what the Minister said earlier on, but also the presidential speech, because it was very adequate in terms of reflecting on the challenges that are confronting the sector. COVID-19, conflict due to geopolitics, the issues of July unrest, biosecurity, and so on and so forth. Mine will just be to uplift some of the issues that I think they're not coming out from the AAMP. And I think one issue, Dr. Patches, that I will raise, you are very right that the conceptualization of AAMP was quite a robust, very frank, brutally honest process. And hence the Minister had to intervene. But at the conceptual level, there is a reason why agriculture and agro-processing, and not agro-processing and agriculture. I think that's very important, because conceptually then what the AAMP says is that the primary sector would then be driving the agro-processing, would then be identifying those value chains that are competitive, as you rightfully said, so that we can then be able to push the downstream in that manner. In the main, ensuring that we, as a department, which is your question, we then fulfill our role in terms of food security. Because the current stats coming out of Stats SA is that, as we're speaking now, 55% of the population is living beyond the poverty line. Effectively, that means about 25% of the population go to bed hungry. And the captains of the industry gathered here today, one of their fundamental roles, as indicated by the presidential address earlier on, is to ensure that there is a food security. So if it's 25%, it means 1 in 4 South Africans go to bed hungry. 1 in 4, 1, 2, 3, pa, it means it's going bed hungry. 1, 2, 3, 4, pa, it goes bed to hungry. Now, at least in my mind, the question is, what value do those that are going back to hungry have as a stake in the economy? What do they attach to ensure that at least as and when they wake up to go through their business, they see value in terms of what we have in the country in relation to the endurance that the country has in terms of resources. So that is the first point. From the departmental point of view, we see the AAMP as fulfilling the constitutional mandate of the department in relation to food security. But then the question might be how that is done. Dr. Pachev has reflected on a number of pillars, which I'm not going to reiterate, but just to reflect on some of the gaps that I think are not coming out clear. That currently there is a vast tracts of land, high potential agricultural land, that are residing with the traditional leadership, communal land to say the least. Now the question as an economist is whether the current financing instrument that we have in the country, are they able to service those type of land so that we can then be able to unlock that potential? I would argue strongly, Dr. Paches and Tracy, that I don't think the current financing instrument that we have would definitely be able to then resource and unlock the potential of those communal and traditional land. It's a question mark. The question is then how do we move going forward? I think that is the second point I would want to raise, Chair. The third point is in relation to R&D, and the President earlier on in his presidential address spoke about the innovation, research for development towards innovation, which is a source of competitiveness or competitive advantage. And Dr. Paches, in my last check, the investment in research that we have in the Republic geared to service agriculture over the last 10, if not 15 years, is literally stagnant. In fact, it's declining. Now, if it's declining, how do we then sustain the competitive advantage that we have in areas that in those value chains by ensuring that we are above the curve in terms of researching and ensuring that the problems that we are confronting, biosecurity is one of them, will then be able to be proactively and innovatively deal with them. But the R&D then is linked to the agricultural colleges, which require substantial amount of cash injection to ensure that they play a significant role in relation to the pipeline, particularly of the youth.
Thanks.
I'm just concluding, Chair. At my last check, the average age of farmers in the Republic is about 62. I think the plenary here reflects itself. And at some point, we would need to ensure that the colleges are then become a pipeline to ensure that we then keep the going. I'm sorry, Chair, for taking too long.
Thank you very much. One of the audience confronted me earlier about the state of the colleges. Now he has left us quickly, but it will be very good if we address that issue as well. Dr. Tracy, BFAP is one of our key research institutions. You've released a report, I think, a few months ago, where you've analyzed the state of the industry, but you also highlighted quite a couple of risks. At the same time, you've done a lot of research work in terms of the AMP. My question to you is, given all of the research, given all of the future predictions and the past successes, will this plan be able to address the challenges that we are going to have going forward? And to what extent will it help, realizing the vision of inclusive growth?
Thank you very much, Chris, and good afternoon to everyone. So I would hope it does, because otherwise we wouldn't have done our job properly, right? So I think maybe just to take a step back, describe a little bit how we got to the numbers that we got to, how we approached the research work. So from BFAP side, we were just one of the research partners. We also collaborated with NMC and CRED to produce this work. And the idea was to provide a solid backbone of information for the negotiation and the co-creation process for the master plan to evolve and to be contributed to by the various partners. So from BFAP's side, we were responsible for the value chain deep dives that John referred to earlier. He also spoke about the market-led approach. This was critical to us because at the end, that's what it boils down to, right? You can be as competitive as you like. If you have no market, you're in trouble. So we started at the market side, considering both exports and local market. What actions can we take to expand that? So how can we grow exports? How can we grow our domestic market? How can we replace imports in specific industries where this is possible? Then we went back through the value chain, so looking at agro-processing, looking at the distribution, aggregation, primary production, input provision, spoke to a number of industry stakeholders. We mapped out this value chain, how it currently looks, and then identified from our research and the number of consultations that we had with partners, what the key challenges and bottlenecks are at the various nodes of these value chains. Which is all very nice, but then comes the what do we do about it? So then also in collaboration with various partners, looked for solutions and very specific interventions to address these challenges. And I say very specific because, of course, from BFAP's side, the implementation is not on us, but the more specific we can be in terms of what we're suggesting, the easier it becomes to actually implement this plan. So we were very, very granular at that level, and then this all in, we looked at 17 value chains. I think we could have looked at more if we had a bigger team and more time, but that's also a trade-off. So I think we looked at all the major ones and then rolled up those granular interventions into bigger cross-cutting issues that I think come out quite clearly in the plan. Then asked ourselves, if we can address all these challenges, what does this improved state or ideal world that we'll create for these value chains look like? And of course, that's the whole objective, is to create this state which aligns with this common vision created in the plan. So how can we accelerate growth? How can we boost inclusivity? How can we accelerate transformation across the various nodes of the value chain? And how can we make the value chain as a whole as competitive as it can possibly be? So that was the idea. We then used our quantitative modeling system and ran some numbers. I think that's some of the numbers that John referred to. And the idea there was just to scope the size of the opportunity. So if we can fix these things, if we can get them right, how much more will we generate? How much more can we add to GDP? How many jobs can we create? And I think this helps a lot to get everyone pulling in the same direction if you can create some targets and some possibilities. So maybe I'll end with giving an example. I think one can't talk about all the interventions here. We'll be here all day and everyone wants to go and have lunch. But if one looks at beef, for instance, I think the animal health challenge is right front and center. We've all been faced with it head on in the past few months. So what do we need to do to really accelerate growth in beef? So if we look at the market, how do we unlock additional export markets? Can we bring in an internationally accepted grading system that we can we get the protocols in place to access new markets? Coming back in the value chain, what can be done? How can we implement the veterinary strategy? How can we get the animal disease situation under control? Talking about vaccines at OP, vaccine availability, all sorts of things like that. This then gives us a significant additional opportunity for exports, and by exporting that product also create space in the local market for other producers, right? This then implies that we have to produce a lot more, so now we can buy additional weaner calves from our smaller producers who at this point already have more than 30% of the national herd sitting with them. Add comprehensive support, get them more productive. We're looking at, I think we looked at 250,000 additional weaner calves coming into the system. They would go into feedlots, so they would need to be fed. So now we're producing additional feed grain, we're producing oil seeds, that needs to go through processing. So really considering the complexity within the chain, but also its interlinkages to others, and then coming up with what we can generate in addition to what we might have done if we don't make these interventions. So I think, yeah, there were some specific, call them easier, quick wins that can be implemented quickly, and there are more complex, difficult issues that are longer term and need time to solve. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't start yesterday.
Yeah.
Thanks. I think we've got about 5 minutes left, then we are going to have lunch. But I think one of my favorite sayings is that it is not a land that produces food, it's expertise that produces food. John, how do we ensure that the AMP address that issue of building expertise? Because I think one of the biggest fears is, and rightfully so, we sometimes are so in a haste to say, right, let's have transformation, but then the outcome is so destructive. So how do we ensure that the agriculture industry does not fall into that same trap, and that we build capacity, we build expertise so that we achieve that goal of inclusive growth?
Yeah, Christo, this is actually in your area, in the human capital development area. But just from my perspective, I cannot agree with you more that skills in the sector are critical to make the sector competitive and to grow the sector. Absolutely. And those skills are needed across various value chains, at various levels in those value chains, right from farm worker right through. Even a guy that is pruning vines, etc., right through to the guy that's running DNA analyses on certain genetics, etc. We need expertise right through the sector at all levels. One of our biggest problems in South Africa is our skills deficit that we're running into. So you need schools, you need agricultural schools, you need agricultural colleges, you need your university faculties to be running properly. So there's a whole range of things. And then through Agri Sa and through various other structures that are in place. The ARC needs to is also a development of skills capacity, as are the companies that are here. The new technology that comes in needs skills to be applied. And that's where the multinationals also play a massive role with their skills, with their technology to make us competitive. The Cortevas, the Bayers, the John Deeres, they're all here. If we lose them, we're losing a massive amount, not just the technology, also the skills that they bring, because you've got to match them. So all I can say is absolutely critical.
Yeah. Dr. Pandisa, the plan talks about, developing black farmers, and there's a huge emphasis in terms of specific targets. The big question to you is, one, do we have the financial means to assist those farmers? And secondly, how do we avoid making the mistakes that we've made in the past, where people, your CPAs are in a very bad state? Many of your farms that were given to people are not doing what it's supposed to do to produce food. How do we avoid those mistakes and ensuring that the rightful people, beneficiaries, are identified? And secondly, how do we then give them the means to be successful? And how do we forge greater partnership between commodity organizations and yourselves? Because many of our commodity organizations are doing great work. Grain SA, the RPO, the wool growers, all of them have very specific programs and they're highly successful. How do we forge those partnerships? 1 minute.
Well, the process, the outcome of AAMP was quite instructive. Simply because if you don't diagnose the problem correctly, you are unlikely to dispense the appropriate remedy. And out of the AAMP, it is clear that the one-size-fits-all in relation to funding of smallholder farmers is not going to work. Simply because the requirements of a vulnerable farmer, umadlamini somewhere in Mhlaba ya Lengana, is quite different to a commercial, large commercial, dynamic agribusiness, just on that continent. So out of the AAMP, we have then stratified the category of farmers in terms of determining each and every strata, what is the requirement. The Honorable Minister earlier on spoke about blended finance as an example, which will be lent going forward, which will be a blended in a sense that you have the grant and the loan portion. But funds are not the panacea to all the problems that smallholder farmers are having. Funds are just one part. And I like what Dr. Patches is saying in terms of saying that it's not about the horse, it's about the jockey. And the issues of skills then come into play. The issues of access to markets. The question that maybe one would want to ask in relation to inclusivity is the issues of, for example, enterprise and supply development. How far are we in terms of ensuring that we open up this cake that we have so that smallholder farmers can be able to play a role? A lot of industries have got support, non-support development arm. Those development arms, are we impactful in terms of converging with what government does now that there is a hiring of 10,000 or so extension officers and so on and so forth, so that we then move towards the same direction. So in short, what I'm saying is that social compacting is the only way forward, as the minister was saying. If we are ready to make an impact, we'll definitely need to pull together. One message, same voices. Thanks.
Excellent. So my last question to you, Dr. Davids. Yes, you have sketched quite a scenario. I see the blueberry industry is under severe pressure. I've got 5 blueberry trees there in Azefontein. Is there hope for me?
Sure. Don't come with the hard questions before lunch. When will the Transnet strike end? Because that's problem number one. I think there's a lot to be done. I think, as you noted earlier, that it's implementation that's key. I think there's been implementation structures identified which are very much based on collaboration going forward, continued collaboration that creates the platform to work together. And I think if the multitudes of crises that we went through in the past 2 years showed us anything, it's that what agriculture can achieve when it really pulls together and works together towards a solution. So there are challenges. Things like our ports, the capacity, the efficiency being prime among them for perishable products like blueberries, but also for others. But I think so long as we create that platform, we move to a common vision and we keep being nimble and adjustable in our process, we can solve the challenges.
Thanks. So in summary, ladies and gentlemen, there is a plan, and AGBIS, Agri SA, all of affiliates support this plan, but I think we do not want this plan to be compromised by, one, the fundamentals that Jaco Minnaar, our president, has listed this morning. We can't ensure that the principle of ownership is protected and that it is expanded to many people out there who has land, but the land is either under the custodian of the state or under whoever, then that becomes a big issue, because if you cannot prove ownership of that land, if you don't have a title deed of that land, it becomes very difficult to create wealth in the real sense. Secondly, if we do have all kinds of demands, demands that place such a bureaucratic burden on the industry, then that plan will never work. So those are fundamental issues that Agri SA, AGBIS, together with all of our partners, are very clear on. And yes, we stay committed to this plan. But if that plan deviates from the fundamental principles of free market enterprise, of ownership of property, of making funding available, working together to open up markets, also addressing the issues at local governance level, ensuring there's proper electricity, proper roads and things like that, then it means that plan will take us nowhere. And then it doesn't make sense for us to still remain part of that plan. So yes, whilst we talk about this plan, it's key that we stay focused on addressing the fundamental issues that continue to undermine growth and the economy. But if we can stay true to those principles, I think there's certainly hope for that plan to bring about the vision that John has alluded to earlier, inclusive growth. I thank you very much. I didn't give the audience a chance, but we will over lunch have a discussion as we enjoy it. But thank you very much. This was indeed a privilege to have you on the stage. Thank you.
Everything ivela emhlabathini, ukudla konke kuvela emhlabathini, ingubo esigqokile ivela emhlabathini, izindlu ezihlala kuzona. Igama lami uLethiwa kaMthethwa, so njengamanje sise-Ministerial farm. Ubaba bevamise ukuthi kumina akanamfana akanantombazane ngoba efuna ukukhulisa lento yokuthi babe omama nogogo bona bengathola amathuba ukuthi bakwazi ukuzenzela benganayo nje ivoice. Kuke kwavala izwe kodwa into ekufanele ngempela adi must ukuthi yenzeke ukuthi iqhubeke produce ukudla ngoba besikudinga. So ngabona ukuthi agriculture ibaluleke kakhulu ngoba egcina kwakhona sonke siyadinga ukuthi silale sisakha i-future yesizukulwane.
Dames en heren, ons gaan nou breek vanmiddag eet. Ons het net nog 1 of 2 goed wat ons moet afhandel. Ek wil graag baie dankie sê vir Christo, vir die paneel en die hele paneel vir die manier hoe julle dit gedoen het. Ek wil graag dan vir meneer Tony Esmeralda, die hoofuitvoerende beampte van Corteva net vorentoe roep, om gou met ons 1 of 2 gedagtes te deel. Daarna, en julle kan so lank nader staan, Kobus van Sail, die voorsitter van die Agri Securitas Trust Fonds, het ons 'n oorhandiging van om te maak daar. Weer eens Tony Esmeralda, Johan Besuidenhout van NWK, sowel as Gert Besuidenhout van Sanlam. Kan julle so lank nader staan? Tony, ons luister graag.
As humanity's real needs become ever clearer, farmers are the new heroes and food the new gold. But it requires constant adaptation. This is where Corteva leads the way, as a company solely devoted to agriculture, prioritizing investment in crop research and development, firmly rooted in South African soil. The result? Brilliant seed technology, exceptional crop protection, and tailored digital tools to optimize farmers' productivity and sustainability, right here on home ground. With global vision and local insight, we listen to the needs of South African farmers, understanding that quantities are paramount and quality non-negotiable. Ultimately, it's all about enriching the lives of those who produce and those who consume. Corteva, keep growing local.
Thank you. Thank you, Jaco, for the opportunity, guys. Give me 3 minutes. I've got a few slides, just want to share quickly. So I think, first of all, we're really proud. We started sponsoring this event since 2017, and coincidentally, 2017 was the year when we launched Corteva in South Africa. So I want to thank Agri SA for helping us to launch the brand, but also communicating the Corteva value proposition to your members and farmers. So if you look at Corteva worldwide, so our purpose is just to add value to the lives of farmers and consumers. And our winning aspiration is to be able to provide innovative, sustainable solutions to farmers in South Africa. If you look at that pie chart at the bottom, if you look at our net trade revenue worldwide, it's about 46% crop protection and 54% seed. So that's how our business is split up worldwide. The reason why I'm showing this slide, we're talking about local, but we've got a motto to say that we've got worldwide capability to try and find local solutions for farmers in South Africa. And that's a little bit about our capability. We've got 15,900 patents registered. We've got 65 active ingredients, more than 100 crops, more than 150 research stations all over the world that we can leverage, as well as 100 plants where seed are processed on a daily basis. So quickly, and you must know it by now, we've done it 5 times, is that if you think about Corteva in South Africa, on the seed business unit, we've got Pioneer and Pannar that you're all aware of, and then on the crop protection side, we've got Corteva Crop Protection, which was Heritage, DuPont, as well as Dow. What are we doing? So basically, if you, in the seed, we've got the world's best germplasm developed over a period of 100 years, biotech traits that we bring to the market in South Africa. We're also going into on the seed in terms of seed treatment that we will be launching in South Africa as well. And then obviously on the farm with crop protection as well. Just quickly, in terms of South Africa, the local footprint that we have, although we are a multinational company, we invest locally to be able to serve farmers. First in sales and marketing, we've got more than 150 points of sale, which is sales reps, agents and agronomists that are serving farmers. From a production point of view, we do 85% of our productions in South Africa and process it in our plants in South Africa as well. We've got a logistics system in most areas to be able to serve farmers, and we've just recently invested in cold storage as well in terms of providing quality product to farmers in South Africa. I think probably the most important one is research and development. We've invested in the research hub in Delmas, and we've got the same capability in that lab that what you have in Brazil and in North America to be able to develop new products. We test our products on more than 100 sites worldwide, so certainly proud of that capacity and being able to develop new technology for farmers in South Africa. And then I think what is important as well on the crop protection side, especially in citrus and other fruits, we've got the best molecules in terms of delicate and closer. We've just launched on potatoes, Zorvac Acantia, which is an exciting new product, and on the row crop side, we've got Sure Start in maize as well. You can see on the slide there, we've got partners, local partners in South Africa that we distribute our crop protection where you can find that product. And then our strategic partners basically is Laufeld, Agrochem, AECI, Intelligro, and Nexus. And you can see some of our regional partners there as well. And I think I just want to end off by saying we're in it for farmers and in it for the good. So if you talk about the good, obviously want to make a difference in our communities and in the environment. And then I think part of what we want to do, Chris, I'm not sure whether we're going to do the check now or we're going to do that differently. Okay, great. So thank you, guys. That's just a little bit about Corteva. And thank you once again being able to sponsor the conference.
Thank you very much, Tony. Thanks for your contributions also to Agri SA. I would like to call Cobus van Zyl forward. He's the chairperson of Agri Securitas. I don't think Agri Securitas needs any introduction. And then ask Tony, Tony, you have an announcement to make and then a check to hand over as well. So you're more than welcome to do that. Baie dankie Tony en Corteva, R500,000 wat hulle oorhandig. Kyk ek die nulle reg. Kan ons nog een bylaas, Tony? Baie dankie Tony, baie dankie vir julle ondersteuning op ons Agri Securitas maak werklik 'n verskil op grondvlak en ons bly julle kan deel wees daarvan. Dan roep ons graag vir Johan Besuitnout van NWK ook vorentoe. Johan, kan jy beter doen? Baie dankie Johan, NWK, R100,000 vir Agri Securitas. En dan laastens Gert Besuitnout van Sanlam. Baie dankie Gert, daar is hy, nog 'n 500,000 vir Agri Securitas. Baie dankie Gert en baie dankie vir Sanlam vir julle bydraes. Ek glo met hierdie geld gaan ons 'n groot verskil weer eens kan maak. Ons is by ete. Ek wil graag Johan Wege vorentoe roep om net vir ons die tafelgebed te doen. Ete is soos julle afgaan daar waar ontbyt vanoggend bedien is, soos julle afgaan op die grondvloer. As julle by die huisbak uitkom, draai julle links, daar's 2 bedieningspunte, so kom ons geniet middagete daar. En kom ons probeer om 2:15 almal terug te wees in die saal. Ons sal dit waardeer as julle kan saamwerk. Dankie Johan.
Kom ons maak hierdie oë toe. Lord, for what we're about to receive, bless us and bless this meeting. Thank you for taking us so far and take us into this afternoon session. Amen.
Okay. Thank you.
Gee hom sommer hierso dat ek hom sommer
there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. I know times
every farmer wants to contribute and everyone wants to get the product to the right place. And that's always been a barrier, which has been successfully breached now with a very structured, well-developed, thought-out system.
One farm share makes it possible for farmers like you to donate your excess produce to registered charities and help feed millions of South Africans.
Produce that would normally go to waste, the cost involved to get that fruit to less fortunate people is just too high for the farmer to get an income or make a margin out of it. And One Farm came and they just provided the right processes and the right systems for farmers to get the fruit to where it's needed.
With One Farm Share, you don't have to worry about transport, distribution, or paperwork. We have a hands-on team that'll make sure that you can focus on your farm while still knowing that that food is going to millions of South Africans right across the country.
Standard Bank's been in agriculture for the last 160 odd years. We'd like to build out on those relationships in agriculture, at the same time applying technology in doing so. One Farm Share is one of the ways that we can find solutions to do both those things.
Here's how One Farm Share makes that possible. Registered charities list their food requirements with our distribution partners like Food Forward SA and SA Harvest. Through our partnership with Hello Choice, we consolidate these requirements and source produce from farmers. This produce is collected and distributed by our partners to the beneficiaries. It's a system that works, and since 2020, thousands of tons of produce have been delivered through One Farm Share, creating meals for millions of South Africans.
Whether you have excess produce, sub-spec produce, or non-mainland crops, One Farm Share provides an effortless way for you to move this food from your farm to a grateful person's plate.
And when you donate, we issue you with a Section 18A certificate that helps lower your taxable income.
The One Farm Share team has been very professional. The structures is in place. We could easily obtain the packaging. The transport was easily arranged, and it was a seamless solution. It wasn't an administrative burden.
One Farm Share is a perfect example of innovative thinking that benefits both society and the economy.
You can get involved today, and we are here to assist you in any way we can. Learn more at onefarmshare.co.za.
Dankie, kom ons gee vir Standard Bank ook 'n lekker handeklap. We're moving on to stream 3 of our agenda, that is growing local agricultural and its value chain as enablers for food certainty. So I would like to call Unyati Matladiana forward together as the panel, Tony Esmeralda, Tubela Tupula, as well as Norman Lamini. While we are waiting for them to join us in front here, I'm going to ask Alwyn to make some aankondigings. Announcements. Sy Engels raak maar op. Aankondigings oor die verkiesingsproses. So Alwyn, jy is baie welkom.
Dankie Jaco. Ek weet nie of hierdie goed anders nie. Ek weet nou nie of ek hierdie aankondiging nou moet maak nie, want as ek bang dan loop julle almal na die tyd. Ons het die grootste gedeelte van die verkiesing is eintlik onbestrede. So ek gaan vir julle nou voorlees alles wat nou in effek klaar afgehandel is, omdat ons op elkeen van hierdie kandidature en vakatures het ons net een nominasie gekry en gevolglik is dit nie noodsaaklik om oor te gaan na 'n stemming toe nie. Al die kandidate het die vereistes nagekom, hulle het die nodige verklaringe afgelê, hulle was behoorlik genomineer en hulle was behoorlik gesekondeer. Ek en Klewilde is deur die lys vanoggend en die ouditeur is gevolglik ook gemaklik dat die prosedures behoorlik gevolg is. So dit is dan vir my aangenaam om vir julle die eerste gedeelte die uitslag te hou en dan is daar net een klein stemming wat ons gaan doen en dit is in die bedryfskamer vir die nominasie van die direkteure wat dien vanaf die bedryfskamer. Just to repeat that, The bulk of the election, we actually don't have to vote because the bulk of the candidateships were filled by just one nomination. The proper procedures have been followed in order to verify the nominations and the secondments. All the candidates have given us the required affidavits insofar as competency is concerned. So we are left only to have to do a vote in the commodity chamber for the board representatives from the commodity chamber. So shall I begin? Firstly, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Jaco Minnaar for being re-elected as president of Agri SA. Likewise, our two vice presidents, similarly re-elected, Phineas and Nicole. Congratulations. The elections are, we follow the procedure always to have a first and second vice, so the positions are the same as is currently the case. Algemene Sakekamer, Willem de Chavon Vrucht, weer voorzitter. Ondervoorzitter Piet Engelbreg, addisionele lid Pieter Kloete en ons direksielede bygekies daartoe is dan Verleer Loupsher, Pieter Engelbreg, Willem en Pieter Kloete. Daar sy. So Verleer kom by. The Commodity Chamber Chairman Neil Joubert, Deputy Chairman Billy van Zyl and additional member Derek Matthews. And then lastly in the Corporate Chamber, voorzitter meneer Gerard Diedriks, ondervoorzitter Nick Bronkhorst en addisionele lid Rousseau Celee en dit is dan ook dieselfde vir die direksie-nominasies daar. So the only thing that remains for us to vote on, and that's why you've got the devices, we have 4 nominations for the Commodity Chamber for the post or for the position on the board. And the nominees were the following. It's Billy van Zyl, Derek Matthews, SK Makinana, and Neil Joubert. So Lumi will now activate the devices accordingly. And if you can, and bearing in mind, the vote is only open to the members of the Commodity Chamber to do so. So if you can, the members of the Commodity Chamber can do their vote for us on that. Thanks a lot.
Baie dankie Alwyn. Alwyn sal vir ons die aankondiging maak na hierdie volgende sessie. Ek stel aan vir Christo van der Rede aan die woord om vir ons hierdie sessie te lei. Dankie Christo.
Ladies and gents, it's then my pleasure to introduce Unati Maslanyana. He is the Managing Director of McCain Foods, and he will give us a 30-minute brief on the agriculture and its value chain as enablers of food certainty. And then after that, we will then have a discussion. Unfortunately, Ms. Bridget Backman, who is Vice President Corporate Affairs at PepsiCo, she fell ill. So I will then be the host, Tony. So I trust that you will bear with me for the next 30 minutes. Okay, Unati, over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Willie Jacobs from Potato SA, you'll be pleased that this presentation was prepared in Afrikaans. And I hope that when you receive it, you can read it, but I'll present it in English. Thank you so much for the privilege and an honor to be speaking at this Congress today. We are all supposed to, from time to time, remind our friends and families at breakfast or lunch or dinner, with a key question, and the question is, have you thanked the farmer today? Because that question is relevant every day, particularly when we talk about food certainty. In agriculture, we have many uncertainties. However, what we know for certain is that we are resilient and we have many opportunities. The global population will grow by almost 1/3 by 2050 to approximately 10 billion. Farming outputs will have an increase of about 70% to satisfy food demand. That's according to the UN. Now, we all are witnessing some of the stats that are being published out there about the resilience of agriculture, certainly demonstrated by the recent pandemic. Even if the world shuts down, agriculture and the requirement to feed the nations continue to be required. According to the 2022 Global Food Security Index, developed by Economist Impact and supported by Corteva Agri-Science, experts say that shocks such as pandemics, as well as conflict and extreme weather events due to climate change are going to become the new norm in the global food system. McCain Farms of the Future as a project is vital in trying to make the global food system more sustainable and resilient. And as I'll be sharing with you about what the Farms of the Future are all about, just think of regenerative agriculture. It's all about bringing together the technologies of the 21st century and going back to concrete and local and nature-based solutions. Regenerative agriculture will have a significant impact on soil, water management, and biodiversity. But also it will be economically sustainable, ensuring security of supply and sustained food certainty. McCain Foods has unveiled plans for its second Farms of the Future. The first one being in Canada, second one being here in South Africa. It will be located in Lichtenberg. It will form part of our ambitious plans to advance and showcase and roll out regenerative agriculture practices. It will serve as a second farm of 3 farms that we're planning to roll out as McCain. And we'll open these farms across different regions all over the world by 2025. What you see in front of you is the framework that McCain will follow. Each farm will leverage this 4-pillar framework, first one being agriculture sustainability, technological, machinery and equipment, last one being energy. From this framework, one can see very clearly a wide range of opportunities. These opportunities require partnerships, they require entrepreneurs, they require scientists, and strong collaboration across the industry. We believe as McCain that through partnership with various sector experts, of which some of you are sitting here today, as well as industry-wide talent, the farm can really help enhance productivity while prioritizing soil health, water efficiency, and the reduction of agrochemical impacts, and the introduction and preservation of biodiversity. That was a tongue twister right there. Now, as you know, there are a number of realities that we face in agriculture. Let me go through the top 4 that are on top of mind, very briefly. The first one is inputs and energy. We understand the current pressure our farmers are facing in South Africa, the increased input costs, rising fuel prices, and energy insecurity. Now, according to Statistics South Africa, fuel was up 45.3% in June, which was the largest we've seen in many years. South Africa has also seen an increase in fertilizer prices of greater than 60% year to date, on top of the increase that we've seen in 2021, owing to COVID-19 related factors. What is clear is the requirement to boost local production, to shield ourselves as South Africans from hyperinflation, as well as geopolitical factors, ensuring that we can, with confidence, on an ongoing basis, provide food security to our people. Solutions must be found locally through sector collaboration. We cannot work in isolation as an organization anymore. Whether it is an expansion of renewable energy and other projects that are actually going to advance water efficiency technologies, other innovation that we have not yet seen in the market, planet-friendly crop protection solutions, as well as any other seed advancement technologies, as we have heard the likes of Corteva, Agri Science, and others are offering today. The second challenge that we all know is climate adaptation. According to Global Food Security Index, South Africa maintained 57.8 over 100 in 2020 and 2021, and has improved, and in 2021 has improved to 61.7 in 2022. The country also remains first in sub-Saharan Africa when it comes to this particular index. While South Africa has successfully ensured a high level of food security and provides nutrient-rich food on the consumer side, highest score in food quality and safety, which we can all be proud of. However, there's a challenge on a lower side, which is sustainability and adaptation. This highlights the fact that we need to look at hunger from a food system approach. We believe this not only involves the availability of food, but also how we equip each other as a country to mitigate climate change risks, keeping producing food for now, for the generations of today as well as generations of tomorrow. Our farmers are on the front line every day. They see the impact of climate change every day, with extreme weather wreaking havoc on the growing seasons. And I'm sure most of you can relate to this. The Farms of the Future, which has started in Lichtenberg, led by McCain, will allow us to build a better understanding of regenerative agriculture practices, enabling McCain to work with our farm partners to reimagine the way we grow our produce, an approach that we believe can benefit production, productivity, as well as profitability, as well as the planet at large. The other third challenge is certainly the value chain shifts that we need to all adopt. By ensuring a sustainable supply of food hinges on reducing the reliance on imports and increasing the efficiency of local markets in South Africa. Small to medium-sized enterprises are critical. Therefore, we cannot only look at multinationals, we have to shift our mindset across the value chain. McCain aims to enhance inclusivity along our agricultural value chain, empowering suppliers, creating local employment opportunities, helping to ensure security of local supply. As you saw in our 4 pillars, there are opportunities that include digitization, technology, and certainly certain things around mobile applications as a driver to ensure more effective interactions between farmers, input suppliers, transport, and logistical services, financiers, and other value chain partners. You might ask, how much is McCain putting behind this Farm of the Future in the middle of Northwest Province in Lichtenberg? I'm happy to share that we have invested 100 million rand into the South African Farm Project, with a view to eventually hand over the farm to a community partner, which is a key intent that we have and our ambitions to drive empowerment in the province. From a retail perspective, we pride ourselves on creating planet-friendly food, increasing planet-conscious consumers, voicing their opinions, and holding companies accountable about responsibly producing products, and can even be more assured of sustainable practices at every touch point of our value chain. Now, the crops that come from this farm will be used to create some of the South Africa favorite McCain products, such as what you see on the screen. The 4th pillar was also mentioned by my colleagues that spoke before me. It's around capability building. Ensuring that South Africa agricultural sector thrives, there is no doubt that we need to ensure that a steady pipeline of talent, demonstrating those who want career in agriculture, that there's an entire value chain from seed banks and fertilizers to manufacturing and plant genetics. One of our McCain partners, AgriHub aggregator, Lico, who is the CEO of Made with Rural, runs a program that exposes young people to working farms and every facet of an agricultural business, from crocodile farming to the production of goat cheese, hoping to get the young people interested in agriculture career paths, and I'm hoping that most of you will continue to expose young people across the value chains of your own organization in building capabilities. Now, we have heard many times Honorable Minister recently sharing and encouraging the sector role players to create mechanisms to help the new generations of farmers to succeed. Now, media has recently decorated and showcased the conditions of agricultural colleges in terms of the state that they are in. However, one of my friends and colleague, Wandile Sihlobo, in one of his articles, recently shared that there are institutions that are setting the bar to improve capabilities within our country. This is an area that requires urgent investment, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to infrastructure, resources, and high-quality lecturers. At McCain's New Farm of the Future, not only we are recruiting and developing talent, but we're also hoping that we'll create a learning platform promoting local and global knowledge sharing, really driving crop rotation, and through the entire site that we will have up in Lichtenberg, we'll be able to also integrate cattle grazing to make sure that some of the local farmers around us can also benefit. The project will also emphasize local research and development, opening up our labs and facilities to stakeholders, such as yourselves, and those that are going to come across the globe to come and learn from South Africa. Now, when one looks at food security pillars, there's no doubt that affordability, availability, quality and safety, sustainability and adoptions are really key pillars that ultimately all of us in this room at each touch point of the value chain can drive and shape each pillar of South African food certainty through local products, innovation, services, and experience and expertise. To achieve this, we need an integrated agriculture ecosystem. McCain recognizes that this is a critical moment for all of us in South Africa. We remain solidly committed to South African agriculture and agri-processing sector. And in conclusion, I would like to say the time is now. It is now time for us to focus on close collaboration, embrace local state-of-the-art crop protection solutions, suitable and innovative agricultural practices to empower farmers to continue to feed our nation while still being profitable. We are confident that smart and sustainable farming will help growers future-proof their operations, ensuring that both McCain and our farmers have a business for generations to come. And I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Unati. I think you've really left us with a lot of food for thought. Let me go to my panelists. Tony Esmeralda, he's the CEO of Corteva. We also have Mr. Tobela Tapula, he's the CEO of South Africa Tobacco Transformation Alliance. And then I got Mr. Norman Dlamini, he's the Director of Business Development at Forestry South Africa. So welcome, gentlemen, and I trust that we will have a good discussion. We've got about 30 minutes to engage on this topic. It's about the processing part of primary products. And I think perhaps, Tony, if you can give us a sort of world view, overview of how does this happen in your own industry? Because you're busy with various facets of product development and so forth. Over to you.
Yeah. Thank you. So I think maybe in terms of agro-processing, specifically in the seed industry, maybe just coming closer to home, if you think about agro-processing in South Africa, it makes 5% of the total GDP, and I think in terms of employment, it's 3% of total employment as well. And you think, what is the trend in terms of that? So over the past 10 years, the agro-processing sector grew from a GDP point of view with 13%. And if you think about exports, $13 billion were exported from agro-processing last year. So I think the industry is growing. It's a key component. If you think about primary ag, makes only 2% of that. Now, if you talk
so just to repeat that, you say primary agriculture 2%, between 2 and 3%.
Yep.
But the processing part is
5%.
5%.
Correct. Yeah. So if I get closer, and if you think about total manufacturing,
agri-processing makes up 35% of that as well. So it's a key component of the market in South Africa. I think getting closer to the seed industry and inputs, I think it's in the beginning of most of the value chains. If you think about the big value chains like animal feed, milling, and plant oil crushing, the seed industry with all these capabilities is at the start of that value chain. But if you think about South Africa in terms of seed industries, 85% of the seed is produced locally, and all of that seeds are processed locally as well. Now, we've just looked quickly at the numbers. If you do an estimate in terms of the excluding of forage and veggie seed, the value of that is 8 billion rand, which is, I think, meaningful. And in terms of tonnage, it's about 85,000 tons of seed that are produced locally. And obviously, that creates jobs and capacity within South Africa as well. So that's just an overview of the processing within the seed industry.
Yeah, that is formidable. And without seed, there's no produce. So it's critical for that industry actually to be highly efficient and successful.
Absolutely.
Let me go to Mr. Tobela.
Yes, sir.
Also share your insights in terms of your industry and any other industries.
Thanks a lot, Chair. We represent the entire tobacco value chain, starting from the farmers to the tobacco processors and the tobacco manufacturers. We are scattered in 5 provinces: KZN, Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, Northwestern Limpopo. And the value chain, in essence, it creates about 11,000 jobs, direct jobs. And then the indirect jobs is about 296,000 jobs. Just to give you a picture of our industry, this market consumes 30 billion sticks. Out of that 30 billion, 20 billion is illicit tobacco trade. So the legal tobacco value chain only produces 10 billion, which is mostly one of our members, which is the British American Tobacco. But going back to the question of the value chain, the 10 billion that we produce for the local market, it is the tobacco leaf that is grown by farmers, black and white, plus minus 150 farmers in the provinces that I've mentioned. And the thing that we assist with as an association, it is to grow the industry, but at the same time to transform it. The challenge that we are facing thus far, we only have one black commercial tobacco farm based in Mpumalanga. The board has given us the mandate to change that picture because it's not sustainable. But just to also give the audience a broader picture about our value chain, we're not only representing tobacco farmers. We are representing farmers who are also growing other vegetable crops, spinach, everything that you can think of. So that is how the value chain is structured in our case. But the advantage about our value chain is that everything that is grown, the tobacco leaf that is grown, is produced and consumed locally. There's a guaranteed market. And we contribute close to about 40 billion to the GDP and 13 billion to the revenue services. That's us in a nutshell, Chair. Thanks.
Sure. Yeah, I stopped smoking many years ago when I was still, I think, standard 6 or standard 7. And then my father caught me and he says, whatever you smoke, you must eat as well. So, Norman, you from a very, very big industry, and I went to Phineas some time ago. He lives in KZN, and I passed some of those massive factories, and also visited Richards Bay once to see how all of this wood that is being processed and produced being exported. Share some insights about that massive industry.
Sure.
Thanks, Chris. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The forestry industry that I represent through Forestry South Africa has a footprint of about 1.2 million hectares in the country. This spreads all the way from Limpopo up in the north, down Mpumalanga, KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, as well as parts of the Western Cape. So this is an industry that is shared between 3 tiers of members, which we represent as Forestry South Africa. The large corporate timber growers, we call them large grower group. Those are the likes of your big companies, which most of you would know, that produces pulp, paper, and other lucrative products. We also have about 1,300, which is 1,300 commercial tree farmers. These are mainly family-owned businesses, most of them practicing tree farming as well as another enterprise within the same piece of land. So they are mixed farmers in their own right. And the last group is what we call small-scale timber growers. Our sector represents close to 20,000 of the small-scale timber growers, most of them being previously disadvantaged black people in the country that have come to join the industry through the efforts of the corporate timber growers. I think about 90% of them came in through what we used to call outgrower schemes. You'd find one company that is vertically integrated, owning plantations and processing plants and so on, and even shipping other products, going into the communities and saying, who would like to plant timber, then we would support that person in different ways. The first thing being the funds to grow the crop, because back in the day, before there was the Agri Industrial Fund through the IDC, which Minister Didiza was talking about, none of the banks or none of the development finance institution would fund forestry. So it's members supporting other members that would go and say, we will fund you, I will give you a loan. When you now sell your produce, then you'll pay back our loan, and it's a soft loan without any interest. They would also give them the expertise, knowledge transfer, and say, we have qualified foresters that will come to your house and teach you how to grow trees, how to maintain the trees, how to harvest them, how to package the product for sale. And the third thing that they would come and say would say, the growth material for timber is not found anywhere. You cannot go to any nursery and buy the correct clones or buy the correct seedlings. So the companies would then say, we will subsidize your growth material. So you'll come to our nursery, we'll provide you with the seedlings, with the right clones that would match your site. So that was the third thing we did. And the last thing to bring in this inclusive growth was to say that when your crop gets to maturity, you have a guaranteed market. You can bring your crop through these well-developed markets, maybe owned by vertically integrated members, some of the multi-corporate international organizations, but you have a market for your timber. So that is then that which brought what we now think is an organization or an industry that is really moving towards transformation. So that's who we are. Yeah, we process about 18 million tons of timber in 1 year, and I don't want to talk about the values in there. Other people might want to change their land use. Thanks.
I think I must remove those blueberries and plant a few trees. Are there any questions, ladies and gentlemen, or any contributions? For me, an industry like the wool growers, for example, Leon, massive role that you play in terms of the bigger value chain. But a lot of your things go out of the country. and it comes back as a shirt or a dress or whatever. And then I've seen Henny Brouwer from Cotton SA. Tell us, how do we, is that possibility to change that? Can we create a bit more jobs with regards to that? Leon, vat sommer die mic daarna om toe. Jammer dat ek so op die spot sit, maar ek wil ook kan kyk of jy wakker is.
Sorry, thank you. Christo, what was the question? Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Yes, as part of the agricultural and agro-processing master plan, local processing is on the cards. It is being investigated. Cape Wool's, as an industry representative body, is looking into the process. So that is one of it. But at this point in time, the Chinese market is important because that is where the processing capacity of the world is actually based. And that is why China is such an important export market for us. But it's only for early processing. Obviously, in other countries in the world, the rest of the garment making, etc., takes place. But there is an opportunity locally. Most of our processing plants have closed down because of their competitiveness compared to China and other countries. So hopefully with PPP, it's possible to revitalize that. Thank you.
Thank you, Leon. Henny, daar sit Henny. Vertel vir ons 'n bietjie daar van die katoenbedryf, the cotton industry.
Thank you, Chair. I think we're faced with a similar situation as the wool industry. You know, in the good years, through the 80s, mid-90s, we had about 22 cotton spinners in South Africa, operational in South Africa. Today, there's only 4 left. And that's the reason why most of our cotton, believe it or not, the crop is not very big, but 80% of our crop is exported on a yearly basis. We're also trying, you know, with the master plan. Obviously, it's on the cards. We need investment in new technology, new spinning plants, to be more competitive. I think it's one of the very competitive, or most competitive businesses in the economy, world economy, is textiles, because it's so heavily subsidized by governments. So what it actually means is that our companies have to compete with governments, and which makes it very, very difficult. So to be competitive, you need new technology, new investment. And I think given the current situation in South Africa, it's very hard to attract new investment. But yes, from the local guys that's left, I think we had a couple of meetings over the last month or so, and there's a renewed interest in our product. Change in management in some of the textile companies. So we firmly believe that we will sell more of our local produce to local companies as well.
Thank you, Annie. Yeah, you say that we have had, how many? 22. We're down to 4. No wonder we've got such a lot of people unemployed in the country, because that's where the massive opportunity sits. You know, just to be dependent on your primary sectors will not solve the employment problem, unemployment problem. We need to look at small-scale manufacturing, but if the cost of manufacturing becomes too high, what do people do? They rather import. The similar situation with our fertilizer industry, the similar situation with various other industries. Now we become dependent on overseas, of imports from overseas, as opposed to producing the things here. Now, Tony, how do we address this terrible situation? Otherwise, we are not going to resolve the issue of unemployment, crime, and all the social issues that go with that.
Yes, it's certainly a challenge. So I think if you think of what the master plan says as well, I think the pillar number 6 specifically talks about you need to replace the imports of food in terms of creating a local processing capacity and create jobs through that as well. And obviously exports is the other opportunity in terms of that. Agro-processing, doing more exports, I think, which is described in terms of the process. But I think if you talk about, let's talk about the master plan for a moment. So the intentions is to create an environment of coexistence of small, medium and large farmers and agribusinesses. And in that way, it's trying to grow it. And the only way that you can do that is through PPPs and with meaningful input from both parties in terms of that. So I think implementing the master plan and getting partners that are active about that would certainly address some of the concerns that we have around that. But I think it's, we talked about it this morning, it's nice to have a plan. To execute the plan is the challenge, and you need partners that are committed to be able to do that as well, from government as well as the private sector.
Norman, how do we convince government about unlocking the potential of the, you know, the secondary part of the value chain, agricultural value chain? I mean, in your interactions, do people grasp the magnitude of this, and or are they just sort of, you know, ignoring it?
Sure. Yeah. I think we always try to communicate this. In my sector, for an example, the multiplier effect from the primary side of the business throughout the value chain or to the secondary side of the business is like sevenfold. So just producing timber, the value of that versus producing dissolved pulpwood is sevenfold. And then if you change that and you dissolve some lucrative product, whether it's the screen of your phone or whatsoever, or it's the food thinners the thickeners in your yogurt or whatever, it's another sevenfold. So when we present these data, we show the multiplier effect. But I think it is critically important for every part of the value chain to do something out of this world about the local people. See, I mean, when I looked at the theme here, most of my notes has been taken by other speakers. That's the good thing of speaking towards the end of the program. But I'm thinking that in forestry, we are now beginning to allow people to come into the plantation to plant legumes before we plant the next crop, because that is mutually beneficial. It fixes the nitrogen, so we don't apply fertilizer as tree growers, but also the people have now a space to grow legumes for themselves, the community, for the workers. So I am thinking that if we want to talk about, if we want to convince government about the importance or the significance of our industries and our value chain, we must show that we care about the local people. We care about the workers. Today, the worker in a dairy farm cannot afford the liter of milk at a local store. And the worker in a vegetable farm cannot afford to buy vegetables for themselves in the local store, because the value chains are so expensive, the cost of transport, the cost of that, and so on. But we have space where we could allow the workers to grow their own vegetables, allow the workers to exchange the vegetables with the milk. So maybe my parting, not the parting shot here, but the message I would bring is that if we emphasize intensive commercial agriculture at the expense of substantial or maybe subsistence agriculture, people will be poor, people will be hungry. The most hungry community in the world are agricultural communities. The people that grow the food, they are hungry. They don't have enough money to go buy the same food they've grown, because we've emphasized so much commercial, so much straight, tight value chains. And if we go to government to talk, government will say, we don't want to talk to you because all you are concerned about is your profits. So I think maybe we should do something innovative as value chains, I mean, as industries within the value chains, so that somebody else who is interested about the socio-economic of the local person can take us seriously. I thought that was the answer.
Yeah, thanks, Norman. Very interesting perspective. Umger? Ger, net 2 minute, né?
Ja.
Jy sien die hele boek daar.
Yeah, Chairman, my surname is English and it's my second language. On my farm it's a foreign language. So I'm going to speak Afrikaans, dat ek gou kan sê wat ek wil sê. Die president het vanmorgen sy rede gesê dat die landbou is die lewensbloedaar van die ekonomie. En dan het ons 'n klomp instellings van die staat wat as liggame deel dien. Die Eskom is die spiere wat die krag moet gee. En die spoorweë is die bene wat ons moet dra. Maar al hierdie goed in die waardeketting en hierdie vennootskap, en hy het ook gesê landbou is 'n waardevolle vennoot. Nou al die vennootskappe wat die regering dra is of mank of dood of op pad uit. En ons is so dankbaar vir die waardeketting binne landbou wat op die oomblik wêreldstandaard is. Die boere is wêreldstandaard, die waardechain is wêreldstandaard. Ons beroep op die regering is dat help ons hou 'n lekker kongres en ons sê vir mekaar hier hoe goed ons doen. Maar die groot hamper bly nog steeds. Die regeringsdepartemente presteer nie. En as hierdie bloedaar afgesny word, ek weet jy kan nog sonder bene kan jy moet 'n rolstoel gaan en jy kan bietjie gehamper gaan omdat jou spier nie so sterk is as Eskom swak is nie. Maar as die bloed weg is, meneer, dan is ons dit klaar met ons. So ek wil 'n ernstige beroep op die kongres doen om dit sterk in die regering oor te dra. Hulle het gesê waardevolle vennootskappe. Ek het vir Jan gesê toe ek net die kans gehad het om iets te sê nie. Daar moet 'n stelsel kom wat tenders gedoen word om die regering se hande daar uit te hê. En 'n rekenaar kan maklik tenders toeken wat mense niemand oor kan besluit nie. So ons moet daai goed uit hulle hande uitkry. Want Einstein het gesê, we can't solve your problems with the same mindset as when we have created them. Ons kan nie aanhou ploeter deur steeds die mense wat die geld gesteel het nog onder te hê, die boot ons hulle ontbloot. Maar die ouens wat hulle aangestel het met die steel is nog steeds daar. So ons moet vir die regering dringend sê, kom tafel toe. Hulle moet die valuable partner wat hulle sê ons is, ons moet hulle ook as 'n valuable partner wil kry. Not for my bad brother of a job, for a valued partner. Dank u voorzitter.
Thanks, Gert. What he's emphasizing is that what the President has said through Minister Tokodiza, that agriculture is the lifeblood of any society. And I think that is something that we all understand and appreciate. And I think what we need to do is to get that message out there so that everyone understands. If you kill off that, what is the aard nou in Afrikaans and Engels? A vein. Then obviously, then it has serious implications for your health. Kan ek gou daai mic hier voor kry? Net vir Mohammed. Ek sien jy sit nou gaap daarso. Mohammed, can you, because, you know, why I'm asking you just to say something on the sugar tax, because you're a massive industry. You contribute to the agricultural GDP and to, you know, the economic growth, especially in the KZN area. But now there's taxes and all kinds of other things that undermine the growth of your sector. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So Mohammed Kaur from the SA King Growers. So in the sugar industry, our annual turnover is about 18 billion. That's basically in sugar and molasses coming from the industry side of things. Yeah, in 2018, the sugar tax, so the health promotion levy, came into play. And effectively, we lost a big portion of our market. 250,000 tons now had to be additionally exported. That's a soft beverage industry. We know now that obviously all these soft drinks don't have sugar how they used to, the taste isn't there. So a significant market of about between 4,000 a ton on average. So over $1 billion a year was lost in turnover. We used to have 14 sugar mills, we now have 12 sugar mills, 2 closed down, primarily because of the sugar tax and financial issues. So it's obviously detrimental to us. We've had to export additional. When we export, unlike other commodities, in general, the sugar, when you export in the world market, it's a dump market. It's sold at a loss. So we actually don't want to be exporting a significant additional amount. And then we've obviously had the recent disruptions, obviously the unrest last year. We've had the floods in KZN this year. So it's been a very difficult spell for the sugar industry. And yeah, KZN, the rural communities are the ones that face it the worst. Pumalanga as well, we have 2 sugar mills up there. So it is obviously a very big driver. We estimate 1 million Livelihoods are dependent on the sugar industry, about 70,000 direct jobs. Indirect jobs goes up to 250,000 jobs, so it's a very big contributor in the economy. And we have, obviously, it's sugarcane, unlike other crops, it's you plant it in the ground, you only harvest it once a year or once in 2 years, but when you harvest it, you're not taking out the entire crop, you're cutting it at the ground level, it'll grow again. So only once in 10 years, you're possibly going to be replanting. So it's a big investment you're making, just like in the forestry sector. So you need clear policy, you need to be able to say, if I'm going to plant sugarcane, am I going to be able to see the fruits of it in 6-7 years' time, after you cover all your costs throughout that period? Yeah, that's.
Thank you, Mohammed. Ms. Fredericks from IMASA. You're the latest member of Agri SA. Let me give female the last, word here. We received a letter from you where you really had serious challenges with the Joburg market, the conditions there, the ripening facilities. We have written a letter to the department has acknowledged, and they will look at how we can intervene there. Perhaps because this is all part of the bigger value chain. What is your experience there?
Yeah, I'll speak on a national level. So with all the municipality markets, we are having huge challenges whereby farmers sending to the markets are paying a 5% fee, but the municipalities are not reinvesting the money into the market. So
No, just on that, I know the Joburg market, the fee that you pay over as agents amounts to 430 million rand. That's the figure that I got from the annual report.
Correct. That's an average about, because the market itself do over 600 million a month, of which 5% goes to the municipality. And of that, money is not reinvested into the markets for the maintenance. So we have a huge fight. In actual fact, we at Tshwane Market, we've got a mandamus process against the city of Tshwane now, which it will take place in the next few months.
Thank you. And there's a last hand there, and then we will have to conclude.
Chair, I hope this question or this remark is relevant to this. I do not know how many of you have seen the risk assessment that was done by the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime. And if you scroll down to page 13, it mentions the following words. And it says here, 3 phenomena was identified. The growth of organized crime, the rise of elite corruption, and the erosion of state entities. It's in such a state now that they are becoming self-sustainable, self-protecting, and self-expanding criminal economy. Now, I've listened to the numbers that was floating around now, and all the growth and the road ahead and the future of ESCOM and all these things. But this document states a very, very negative picture, and I know that the theme is hope. But I did not hear anything about addressing not the symptoms, the issue why we do need hope, and not the reality that is the real thing. So nowhere has been addressed security or safety or the police or whoever that needs to assist with this, because we can be hopeful, but we must also be realistic. And I think maybe this Congress can address this issue at a later stage or at another level. But we need to take this assessment seriously. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ace, because that's part of the bigger problem. In other words, we want to grow the sector, it's focusing on making perhaps that 5% to 6%, 7%. But if crime, if dysfunctionality at municipalities, if your road infrastructure, harbor, if those things are not, helping to create a conducive environment, then all of this talk will come to nothing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's Derek. Go ahead.
Chair, if I may have the last word. Your topic this afternoon is value chain and the value chain approach. I think I want to urge Congress to take action. We can sit in Congresses year after year after year after year, and we can talk and talk and talk, and we'll get absolutely nowhere unless we take action. So, first of all we need from government, and I repeat, all we need from government is an enabling environment. All these value chain members that have been speaking today, all have indicated that we have the ability, we have the will, we have the know-how, we can do it and we can be successful. It's where government's in the way that we prevented from being successful timelessly. So from government, all we want is an enabling environment, policy certainty, and infrastructure. And then we can go forward. So I'm asking Congress, set up a plan. We talk about the agricultural master plan. Set up a Marshall Plan for Agri SA, that we can get that enabling environment, that we can get it done, that we can get the job done. We have willing farmers in this country that will do it. Thank you, Chief.
Give that man a hand. Thanks, Derek. So, Mr. Tobela, last word from you, very quick, just 5 seconds.
Thanks a lot, Chair. I think, Chair, for all these plans that we've been talking about today, the recovery plan, the agriculture master plan, for them to work, they need all the social partners to work together, genuinely, not just this hullabaloo, fluffy engagements, proper engagement for us to address all these challenges that we face. Thanks.
You will lead the way.
I will.
Thanks. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give the panel here a nice hand and all of the contributions. I think we've come to the end of our session this afternoon. Over to you, Jaco.
Thank you very much, Christo. I would just ask Nicole and Phineas just to hand over some gifts to our presenters here. And while you do that, I'm going to ask Alwyn just to make an announcement or two. Thanks, Alwyn.
Hello, that's we had a few gremlins running around this afternoon. It's been the case for all morning. Kan jy nie hoor nie? Kan julle hoor? Okay. We've had a technical problem with some of the devices not recording the vote. So if there are any other members from the commodity chamber that couldn't or didn't succeed to vote, we will go back to the room at the rear, room number 3, I think it's called Emerald. Clovilda's got the list of those who've already exercised their votes, and you can just go to her and exercise your vote there, that we can do the final tally on that. So I don't know if there's anybody that still needs to vote or didn't succeed in using their devices. We've sort of tried to scurry the room to see who's left, but if there's anybody still, please just go there so that we can finalize the vote. Net om te herhaal, daar was party van die apparaatjies wat nie lekker gewerk het nie. So as daar enigiemand is van die kommoditeitekamer wat nie hulle stem kon uitbring nie, asseblief meld net aan daar agter. Die vertrek agter die lokaal nommer 3 en Clovilda die ouditeur sal daar dan die stem net per hand opneem sodat ons kan afhandel. As ek kan vra dat ons dit kan doen binne die volgende 10 minute, dan sal dit gaaf wees. Dankie.
Baie dankie Alwyn. Voor ons vir Christo vra om net vir ons enkele afkondigings te doen. Ek wil julle baie bedank vir vandag vir julle teenwoordigheid. Ek dink dit wat ons gehoor het uit alles uit is dat ons tema nie 100% reg is nie. Ons tema moes gewees het groei plaaslik tesame, growing local together. I think everybody here today has heard that word together. We need to work together. And I think going out, there's a lot of industries that was in distress during COVID. Tonight we can make a difference. Ek dink die gasindustrie was in die moeilikheid gewees. Ek dink die wynindustrie was in die moeilikheid. So vanaand moet ons kyk of ons uit daai moeilikheid kan kry. So geniet vanaand. Christo gaan vir ons net 'n afkondiging of 2 maak. Dankie Christo.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of a very, very exciting day. I must really tell you, it was mentally so exhaustive, but the staff of Agri SA held up very, very well. This morning when we walked in here at 6 o'clock, I could see people were a bit down and out, but I really want to thank all staff, also Jaco and Nicole and Phineas for your leadership. And then, ladies and gentlemen, for your attendance and your presence. This is what this organization is all about. People that really work together for the greater good. So, we will now clear this room very quickly, and we will come back at 6 o'clock in the foyer. I think on this floor, You will see to your right-hand side, there's a swimming pool. That's not for drinking, that's for swimming. But there's also a bar that you can then, that will be open from 6 o'clock onwards. And then at 6:45, we will start with our proceedings here tonight. All of you know Lynette Francis Purin. Where's Lynette? She will be our host tonight. Welcome, Lynette. And we're really looking forward to your presence as well. Dan, dames en heren, maak seker dat u persoonlijke eiendom saamvat. Asseblief moet niks hier agterlaat nie, want die hele lokaal word nou omgedraai met tafels en goed. Sien julle vanaand en ons gaan lekker kuier en moet net nie in die swembad val nie. Baie dankie.
AgriSA's vision is to enable a skilled and prosperous agricultural sector. It is our mission to increase access to relevant skills that through strategic partnerships and credible research creates an actual impact and inclusive economic growth. We really cannot overstate the importance of the agricultural sector for every South African, and we are dedicated to growing the next generation of South African agricultural leaders.
Ek kan 'n volhoubare boerdery bou met die regte vernoot. Met meer as 100 jaar se ondervinding in die finansiering van landbou, het ons generasies boere gehelp om te floreer. Laat Absa u help om u gesin die toekoms in te neem. Ons doen meer sodat u u familienalatenskap kan bewaar. Dis Africanacity. Besoek gerus ons webtuiste by www.absa.co.za.
Wat gee ons handewerk? Betekenis. Dit handel oor wat ons doen, wat veel wyer strek as ons eie lewens. 40 oeste is al wat jy het in jou leeftyd. Ons verstaan dat jou waardevolste jare toegewy word daaraan om die wêreld te voed. Kom ons laat dit geld. Tesame.